All right, this is a hybrid meeting of the City Council. Members of the public can view this meeting live on Channel 8, the city's website, and YouTube. Live Spanish translation services are being provided for tonight's council meeting by telephone. Please dial 720-386-9023 and use code 104091 *.
Se ofrecen servicios de interpretación en español para esta reunión del Consejo Municipal por teléfono. Marque el número 720-386-9023 y utilice el código 104091 #.
Thank you. Call the meeting to order. Ask the clerk to call the roll.
Mayor Huseman,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Alan Thomas, Councilmember Madera,
Present.
Councilmember Chacon, Councilmember Noble,
Here.
Councilmember Hurst,
Here.
Councilmember Kim,
Here.
Councilmember Ford,
Here.
Councilmember Douglas.
Present.
Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Looking for a motion second to excuse the members not present. Councilmember Noble.
I'm sorry, I don't have my headset in yet.
Councilmember Madera.
So moved.
Councilmember Hurst.
Second.
I have a motion second to excuse the members not present. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. We're going to take a moment of silence and then do the Pledge of Allegiance. And while we do this moment of silence, would like to take a moment to recognize the tragic loss of life that we are seeing across the world right now through senseless violence that does not need to be taking place, and keep those that are affected by this tragedy in our thoughts and prayers. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America,
to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, this time, do any council members wish to amend the agenda?
Yes.
Councilmember Noble?
Thank you. I would like to amend the agenda to move the xeriscaping presentation to just after ordinances on second reading.
I have a motion to move the xeriscaping presentation until after ordinances on second reading. Is there a second? Councilmember Douglas?
I'll second that, please.
I have a motion and a second to move the xeriscaping presentation till after ordinances on second reading. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Noble?
Yes, I think because of interest in some of our items on the agenda tonight, that I would like to see xeriscaping come later so that we can give an opportunity for everyone to speak and to be able to hear what occurs with items on the agenda before it's late at night.
Councilmember Douglas?
Sorry, I did not cancel my request to speak.
All right, I have a motion second to amend the agenda, moving the xeriscape presentation till after ordinances on second reading. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion is going to carry unanimously. We will move that presentation till later in the evening. Seeing that, I'll look for a motion second to adopt the agenda as amended. Councilmember Hurst?
So moved.
Councilmember Noble?
Second.
A motion second to adopt the agenda as amended. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, do a voice vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, we're going to move on to public comment. All public comment, except for those on public hearings, is going to occur now. Persons registered to speak for multiple items may speak multiple times. Public comment can occur before 6 p.m., which is not an issue. So, show of hands, who here is to talk on ordinance 2541? All right, most everybody in the room doing a public comment is doing 2541. So do me a favor, and although you were granted 3 minutes, please keep your comments so they are not duplicative of the individuals who spoke before you. We've all received the same emails We've all received the copy and paste emails that have been sent to us for the last 2 weeks. Both sides of the issue represented, both sides of the issue sending the same copy and paste email without changing a single word of it other than the name in there. So we've all seen that. We've all seen the opinions and how people are aligned on that. You're here to speak and give your support or oppositions to the ordinance this is going to be voted on this evening. Please try to do so while keeping your comments to be original and not just a repetitive nature from the individuals that have spoken before you. We're going to start with virtual speakers. First up is Patrick Demmer.
Mayor Huseman, I believe Patrick is in person.
Okay, we'll move him to in person. Andrew Hamrick. All right, we'll move you after to in person as well.
Good afternoon. I am Superintendent Patrick Demmer. I am the senior pastor of the Graham Memorial Community Church located at 6610 East 72nd Place here in Commerce City. Thank you for the opportunity to speak concerning the currently proposed rental registration ordinance, Ordinance 2542, which will harm the community rental market property owners, tenants, and even businesses in Commerce City. Ordinance 2541, as currently proposed, will lead to higher rents, perpetuate the housing shortage, and increase an already expensive cost of living. As a native of Colorado and pastor for over 40 years in Commerce City and Adams County, I am extremely concerned about this community and the congregants, the hurting families that attend our church and live in this community. I would ask that if we cannot just do away with it, at least reconsider it. Why not put it more in line with even Denver County, where the cost there is $100 over a 4-year span? That would be more justice, in my opinion. And I'm very concerned as I hurry through my comments that there was no real public hearings on this. Why not speak to those who are stakeholders? Obviously, I pastor a very heavily minority congregation. We are always the ones, African Americans, Hispanic community, we are always the ones that are hit the hardest. And with this price increase on landlords, and I have landlords, small landlords who are part of our congregation, the costs will inevitably be passed on to them. We cannot afford even $16 a month more. It hurts us. Please consider the low income and those who are struggling to survive. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Appreciate your comments this evening. Next up is going to be Andrew Hamrick. Come on, people. If we can't keep it down, we'll just clear the room, and we'll bring you in one by one whenever the name is there. You can see the amount of people that need to speak this evening, and taking a break every time for applause is not going to be functional for us this evening. Please.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and City Council. My name is Andrew Hamrick. I'm General Counsel to the Apartment Association of Metro Denver. Our members are rental housing providers, operators, and owners. In Commerce City, our membership operates 1,535 units, which is a sizable percentage of the rental housing stock in the city. All operating expenses of a rental housing provider are paid by rent. Rent's the only income source to a rental housing provider, and any increase in operating cost ultimately results in an increase in rental costs for our customers. Now, I'm not going to overplay and tell you the effect this ordinance is necessarily catastrophic, but do not fool yourself that each and every cost that this ordinance imposed will be passed on eventually in the next budgetary year to our customers. You have to be cognizant of the fact that under state law, broker licensing law in the case of licensing and the warranty of habitability in the case of housing stock is already addressed by state law. So what you have to contemplate is whether the additional provisions that you're imposing here is worth that housing cost. Now, I think this ordinance is unduly burdensome. In the area of licensing, it can be boiled down to one simple issue. You are requiring a license for each rental property rather than each landlord. It's roughly the equivalent of saying that a plumber should get a license for each sink rather than being licensed as a plumber. And I would urge you to change this ordinance up to require a license only for each rental housing provider. On the inspection side, things are more complicated and therefore more glitchy. But the biggest issue is that at the initiation, you're requiring inspection for 100% of the housing stock. I would tell you that you should focus on complaint-based inspections. Inspections are the expensive part of these requirements. And shifting over to complaint-based rather than any mandatory inspection would make this a much more inexpensive ordinance to comply with. But if you're going to require non-complaint-based inspections, picking a statistical significant percentage of the portfolio rather than 100% is important. Under the state warranty of habitability, landlords have a number of defenses. They have defenses based on tenant-caused damages, which is the big one. They have defenses based on an inability to enter because of lack of cooperation by the resident. And they have a reasonable period of time to repair before the remedies are imposed upon them. None of that exists in your statute. And I'm sorry, I'm losing my time. I'm not going to get to my next several points. But I think you need to take some more time with this ordinance in order to work out some of these glitches, because you're about to impose something that's more expensive than I think you intend. Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks, sir. Appreciate your comments. Mr. Roberts, who's next?
Sir, you should have the sign-up sheet in your inbox. It's going to be Robert Klein.
My name is Robert Klein. I've lived in Commerce City since 1954. My mother and father both had a real estate office. I have been in the real estate business for a lot of years. All these costs are going to come down to the tenants. I have a 5-year plan. If this passes, I'm selling all my rentals. Then you're going to have 5 more people or 7, whatever it is, out of housing. I have one lady that's been with me for 24 years. I've raised her rent $50 because she's on fixed income. These are the kind of people you're going to affect when you do this. Is there a list that's got the 49 items that you're going to be inspecting? Has anybody got that yet? Can anybody answer that?
No, we do not.
Nobody knows what the 49 items are. I have one item that I thought would be a hell of a problem. You should have smoke detectors, carbon monoxide detectors, and fire extinguishers. Who's going to teach them how to use the fire extinguishers? Who's going to take the liability for it? Not me. I have no more to say.
Thanks, sir. Appreciate your comments. Next up, Mr. Roberts.
Devinder Sandhu.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and the council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm here to say a few things on the rental registration program that's being implemented in Commerce City. I'm just going to keep it brief so we're not commenting on the same stuff. We recently had about 40% increase on the property taxes within our state. And implementing this rule will put more pressure and burden on the residents and the landlords. And there has not been a substantial amount of increase for the people in their wages, and it's hard on everybody as is, and tenants are really struggling to make their ends meet at the moment, and I think it's going to put more pressure on them. So highly suggest if this can be revised or look into further. Thank you so much.
Thanks, sir. Appreciate your comments. Next up, Mr. Roberts.
Patrick Peterson.
Yes. Thank you for the maybe not that loud. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I would like to note that I am opposed to this as it is written. There's many problems that I see with it. The basic problem is most responsible landlords take good care of their property. There's always going to be 5 to 10% that do not. No amount of regulation, rules are going to eliminate that 5 or 10% that are abusing the system. There are state laws currently in effect that cover the biggest concerns that I see that you're writing into this law. One of the things that really bothers me on this is under the waiver of habitability, where the city manager can create, change, alter, and amend any rule and regulation pertaining to the ordinance. That's carte blanche for abuse. And eventually, they're going to just drive landlords out. At a minimum, this is going to raise the cost to the landlords, which gets passed on to the tenants. So I believe that you're doing a big disservice to the constituents that voted you in here, and I think it should be reconsidered, probably done away with. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, sir. Appreciate your comments.
Frank Oliver.
Yeah, hi. I'm Frank Oliver. I've been a landlord for like 54 years. So I think I have some expertise, on that side of it, working with tenants. I've been very successful. What I see with this bill, or what do you want to call it, is just another way a city can raise revenue on taxpayers. And I'm fed up with it at all levels. Not just Commerce City, everywhere. And until the people in here can stand up and say enough's enough, because we can't continue to pay these fees or these things for an inspection. Don't we have someone in the city that if there's a problem, they make a phone call to the city and someone will come out and inspect if the window's broken, or the toilet's running, or the countertop's broken, or lighting is not right? I think we have this already in place, and we don't need to create more positions, more taxpayer money going to allocated to another agency or another body. That's all I really have to say. I just hope that we just reason with this and think about people in general. I realize that there are people that are suffering today all over the country, but we're Commerce City here, and I think Commerce City's not a bad place to be. There's some improvements, especially with the school district. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Alexander Greenberg.
Hello, Alexander Greenberg. I'm not here to talk about housing, so I may disappoint. I'm a relatively recent transplant to Commerce City, and I can say that I like it quite a bit. One thing I don't like is the blight in our backyard, Suncor Energy. I think this is a relatively non-controversial position. I think Suncor adds relatively little value to the area. And the number of environmental infractions by Suncor is continuing to grow year on year. So between 2018 and 22, this is coming from Commerce City Zone data collected, there were over 11,000 hours of noncompliance. This is well above the average refinery, oil refinery. Suncor has continually flouted EPA demands as well as Colorado Department of Public Health demands that they shape up. Additionally, I think there's a ticking time bomb aspect to this, insofar as Suncor continues to flout demands for better practices and its infrastructure continues to decay. We're going to see a point at which Suncor simply can't operate anymore. Rather than allow this to happen and rather than allow the community's health to continue to deteriorate, I think we're called upon to ask Suncor to make a hasty exit and to get out of our backyard. I think we lack, as a city, I understand that we lack a bit of leverage on this issue, but I believe there are at least some areas in which we can engage with Suncor. One prominent one being citizen suits, another prominent one being suits by the city itself. Boulder community recently sued Suncor for climate change torts, and I think the city of Commerce City could do something similar with a much more immediate impact on torts based on small particulate matter and sulfur dioxide and other carbonates. These immediately impact the health of the community, and our standing in this situation would not be as tenuous as it would be in the case of Boulder community. To put it quite frankly, Suncor has been a bad neighbor and will continue to be a bad neighbor and simply can't operate well into the future in this area. Thank you.
Thank you.
Scott McCann.
Hello, everybody. Thanks for the opportunity for you guys to maybe understand both sides of this on Ordinance 2541. I was born in Commerce City, raised my whole life, lived here my whole life, married my wife, high school sweetheart from Adams City High School. My children were born here. And I just think you guys are pushing a little too far. The first thing I read in your findings for this ordinance was that there was too many homes didn't have what they needed. I would like to know, and I'd like you guys to publish the findings of how many rental units we have in the city and how many complaints have been turned into the city. Is that 1% or 5%? I don't think it's a big enough percentage to make the other 95% pay the fee. And that's where it's going to go. Landlords, every fee that comes in, the only way they return anything is through the rent. With 40% tax increase, we can't do it. There is already several different avenues for anybody that's having a problem in their home to get it taken care of. First, let the landlord know. Number two, if it's health and safety, go to the fire department, go to the police department, go to the building department, go to Tri-State Health Department, community service, sheriff, and caseworkers. There's a lot of avenues without adding costs, adding more positions in government. We can't afford it right now. We are in a bad spot for enough homes for everybody as it is. If just 5-10% of owners decide this is the last straw and sell out, now those are not rentals, where are these people going to go? It's also going to impact the tenants. They're going to have to take a day off work to meet your inspector. And they're barely making it work as it is. The fees will be passed down. There's no other way around it. And as a community, we really need more housing, not less. Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Renee Bullock.
You ready? Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council. My name is Renee Bullock. I live at 6130 Ivanhoe Street. I'm the first person up here that has given out my address since this started, Citizens Communication. My concerns about 2541 is that for a council that says they work in transparency, no one knew about this ordinance before it was brought forth on first reading. Back in August of last year, it was brought forth to the study session item, and it was no clear direction for staff what they wanted to do with it. So it just languished. Then on August 14th of this year, it goes through on first reading. Council people weren't here, one was on vacation, and the ones that were here that protested and spoke against it, so many things were amended to it that it isn't even the same ordinance that started out on first reading. My suggestion is that you take the ordinance and pull it completely and start again with a public hearing where landlords, tenants, and anybody else can sit and put together something that is going to work for everyone. That is not what's going on here. Matter of fact, your own housing authority is against this because at one point in one of your 2 iterations that you have, basically any organization in this city that gets LIHTC money, and that's money from CHAFA or any kind of federal, state, or local money, would have 100% of their units inspected. 100% of their units inspected. That means that everybody would have to take a day off to wait for it. The new units you have on the dog track, in order to inspect one, you would have to inspect everyone. Holly Park, Village Crest, Contour, whether they were for just regular or seniors, all of them would be inspected. This ordinance is totally flawed. And unless this council wants to pull it off and say, maybe we should start again, I would suggest that any of the council members that are voting for this on second reading, that all the landlords out here that have people that vote, speak to the people that are voting and tell them who the council people were up here that were voting on it and see how they like sitting out, watching it from the outside in. Because this is a very flawed ordinance, and I think even council knows about it because of all the different memos you've gotten. My time's up. This is also 223 signatures on petitions that I would like to give to the city manager and every city council person.
Trudy Smith.
My name is Trudy Smith. Can you hear me? I live at 7142 Pontiac Street. The reason I ask about the hearing is because we're in the front row and we can't hear. So if you could speak up, Mr. Mayor, that would be really lovely. Thank you. I'm here to say thank you. Thank you very much for being our council people, for caring about us. And I know in my heart of hearts that you are the hardest working group of anybody in the city. And I got a hold of a copy of this ordinance this afternoon, and I read through it. It's 14 pages or 15, and it's very vague. Someone brought up the fact that we don't know what the 49 things are that are going to be inspected. The last time a bill like this came up, they insisted that we all have garbage disposals in our units. Now, I've been a landlord since the late 90s in Commerce City with my deceased husband, and you know, we couldn't keep a garbage disposal in there. Sometimes when we bought the house, it would have a garbage disposal and we would leave it, but it was always clogged up and we were always going over and cleaning it out and trying to educate the renter about how to use them. And I feel really insecure about you voting on 49 ordinances that we don't know what they are. So at the very least, I would ask that you table this matter, take a look at it in detail, because this is a big deal. Being landlords is not easy. If it were easy, everybody would do it. And the messes that we end up with and the stuff that we do, not to mention, my husband and I worked 2 jobs while we were buying the rentals. We worked a regular job so we would have money so we could save up and get a rental and then fix it up on the credit cards and then work on them day and night and weekends and then get a renter in there. And in the beginning, we had to chip in money every single month because the rents were so low. So now I'm in my retirement years, and I'm asking you to just simply look at this and open your heart and try to figure out all the details before you decide that this is for us. I think we have a lot more good landlords out here than we have bad. And if you know who they are, and I assume you do, then maybe we could just deal with them. Pass an ordinance that deals with bad landlords. I thank you for the time to be here. I'm so grateful for you and what you do, and I'm surprised anybody wants to run for this job.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate your time.
Ted Kims.
We couldn't hear, so he may do a little reiterating.
It seems the acoustics in here isn't very good.
Name and address.
And I'm Ted Kimmis. I've been here about 40, that's okay, about 40-some years in this kind of business. I also have been the locksmith for Commerce City officially. Did all the buildings and all the vehicles and so on. So I've gotten acquainted with a lot of things that go on in town. I'm also a landlord selling things off these days and reducing my communication with that. I am against this situation because I've gone through it before already, and we seem to have won what we had at that time, and it was all of us who voted. And now, here we come back and we want to vote because somebody didn't, they must have lied or something. Because all of a sudden, we got to do it again because nobody remembers or nobody wants to remember that we have already been approached for this matter. And we've brought up a lot of things that would seem to have shut it down and not look for these people that can't afford to I know I've had renters in for 27 years, and every time something went wrong, we fixed it. We had a form that they filled out, and they came to the office, and we went out there and fixed it. And I wish that everybody would do that, both sides, the renter and the landlord. That would probably solve most problems compared to what you're trying to do, because I think you're trying to get the cover off from a can of worms. I believe you're headed in the wrong direction, that this is not the way to solve this problem, and maybe it needs a little more group of people, not just city council, but some of the landlords, to be involved in the decisions that are made pertaining to this. I know I wouldn't want to come down and tell one of my children, you can't go to the show, and without telling them why, I really would probably not want them to go to the show. So an opportunity for the other side is important, as well as the party that's got the promotion going. I thank you. I'm at 6870 Olive, I forgot that. I thank you for the opportunity to come here and speak to you again, and I hope that it can go the same way as it did before. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Todd McCann.
Good evening. My name is Todd McCann. I've been a landlord in Commerce City for 33 years. I'm here tonight to speak in opposition to Ordinance 2451, rental inspection. Specifically, I want to draw everyone's attention to Section 56006, A1. It reads, no application for a new license shall be approved until all rental properties owned by the landlord have completed a successful inspection performed by a rental property inspector employed by the city. Now, I think we can all agree that an inspection is just another word for a search. The Fourth Amendment to the Constitution of the United States of America reads, the right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated. And no warrants shall issue but upon probable cause, supported by oath or affirmation, and particularly describing the place to be searched and the person or things to be seized. Ordinance 2451 requires that every rental home in Commerce City be searched or inspected without warrant or probable cause by a government official. This is a clear violation of the Fourth Amendment. This ordinance is unconstitutional. It's legislative overreach. It's a solution looking for a problem. Current habitability law already addresses any problems that might exist. There are currently a number of government agencies in place to allow these problems to be solved. They include the building department, health department, police department, fire department, sheriff department, code enforcement, neighborhood services, animal control, housing authority, and finally the court system. I probably missed a few. I think that the situation that we're trying to solve should remain a complaint-based system under existing law and enforcement. Now, we all know that Commerce City has a lot of good landlords. We know that Commerce City has a lot of good tenants. But with everything, there's always some bad apples. And I want to eliminate those bad apples as much as anybody else. But why should everybody else, the 99% of the good, hardworking citizens of Commerce City, have to take their time away from work and family and pay the pass-through fees to enforce existing law? There's got to be a better way. You guys need to figure it out. we're here to help. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kathy Schur.
Hi, I'm Kathy Schur, and I oppose ordinance 2541. I've been a landlord in Commerce City for about 15 years. My dad grew up in Commerce City, and he was a landlord for 40 years. My points are pretty much have all been spoken, but I still have tenants that are still making up for times that, past due rents from COVID, that I'm working with them on. Just to have more fees would just really hurt them too. I mean, people are still catching up on a lot of things that, that they're past due from on that they didn't have jobs, and taxes going up, it's all just hurting, it'll, like they said, it'll all just be passed down to the tenants. So I have really great tenants, and like everybody said, there's a lot of good landlords out there, and there's a lot of good tenants, and I just hope that we can, reevaluate the ordinance and do something else. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lorraine McCann.
Thank you for your time this evening. I really appreciate it. I have spoken to some of the councilmen ahead of time. I had called and talked with you and had some good conversations. My husband and I have had rental property for 45 plus years in Commerce City. You've heard from a couple of my kids, and we've all into the rental business. It's been good for us, and we've had good tenants, and we've been happy with the business. But when we see things like this coming down for the third time, this rental registration, getting a little tired of fighting it. And as it's been mentioned before, there's a lot of other avenues that can be used to handle any kind of a tenant problem. If a tenant is fearful of their landlord, that's not good. There needs to be better communication. One of the council people said the tenants are afraid to say anything to the landlords. Maybe that is the case, and I'm sorry if that's the case. But I think there are so very, very few bad landlords in Commerce City. I would like to mention, I don't want to be redundant, but there are the other avenues that will handle any problems that we have in Commerce City as far as the way the yards work, the way the houses look, or the condition of the houses. But I think that I need to read to you something that's very, very important, and I might have to use a magnifying glass because I've got some eye problems. In addition to having the Tri-County Health to help you out, if somebody has a problem, they handle the sewer issues and water issues and that kind of thing. You've got all the other ones that have been mentioned earlier, but there's also one, and I'd like for you to write this down. It's the Colorado Revised Statute number 38-12-503. It was just updated March 23rd, 2023. I would like to read a couple of things in here about the landlord's duties and the tenant's duties. Okay, by law, every residential lease in Colorado includes a warranty of habitability. The warranty of habitability requires landlords to maintain living space they rent out to some basic standards. The law requires that rental units are to be generally safe and fit for human habitation. What are the basic requirements under the warrant of habitability? Landlord's duties. Landlords are required, can I please go on?
Please. Continue.
Okay. Landlords are required to make sure that properties have waterproofing and weather protection and are maintained in good working order on the roof, outside walks, windows, and doors. Plumbing and gas facilities that are maintained in good working order that compiled with the applicable building codes when they were installed. running hot and cold water that are furnished to the appropriate fixtures in the property and are connected to their appropriate sewer system, functioning heating facilities that are good working order and that complied with the applicable building codes when they were installed. And then it notes that cooling systems are not required for that. Electrical lighting and is maintained in good working order. Common areas are clean and sanitary. I'm trying to abbreviate a little, get through this. Floors and stairways, railings are in good condition, and locks and security devices are in good working order. And then we're going to go to the tenants. The tenant's duties. Tenants have some duties under warranty of habitability. Tenants are required to comply with their duties under local housing, health, and building codes, significantly affecting health and safety. Keep the residence reasonably clean, safe, and sanitary as permitted by conditions of the unit. Dispose of ashes, garbage, and other waste in a clean, safe, sanitary, and legal way. Use electrical, plumbing, heating, AC, sanitary, elevators, and other facilities and appliances in a reasonable manner. Act in a way that does not disturb the neighbors. That's the peaceful right of quiet enjoyment. Not intentionally or negligently destroy, deface, damage, impair, and remove any remove any part of the residence or allow a guest or household members to do that. Promptly let their landlord know in writing about a problem that makes or would make the property uninhabitable. This is a Colorado statute. We've got things in place to take care of these problems that you think we have. And we need to look to them first. This is like throwing Colorado law out the window, and we're going to make up our own little 49 items or whatever it is, and we're going to charge landlords and tenants, because the tenants will pay it. It's been said over and over. That $6.54 or something that you say is not much per month, that's not much of an increase. Well, what about the first inspection? There's a charge. If they don't pass the inspection, the second inspection's a charge. What about the time that the landlord loses, that they're not able to rent their property out because they got paid, wait 7 days for the inspection or whatever it takes? And, it just goes on and on and on. And then this thing about doing each house, a license for each house, that is ridiculous. When a guy comes out, I had a guy come out and cut a tree down today. He didn't have to go get a license to cut that tree down. He's got one license, and he goes and he cuts the tree down. A couple weeks ago, I had a new driveway put in. I just called the concrete guy out. I didn't have to pay for any license. He didn't have to pay for a license. He's got his one-time license that he needs for the year, and then he renews it the next year. I thank you for your time. I just feel that this whole thing, this is the third time around for me. This whole thing should not be tabled. It should be dead.
Thank you. Mark McCann.
Good evening. I kind of prepared some things, but it's all been said. I don't know that you're really taking consideration of the tenants as much as you think you are. These tenants don't want to be bothered by you. They don't want you in their house. It's kind of a witch hunt. You're looking for bad landlords. How about we do a complaint-based system to where if there's a problem, first approach is call your landlord. If you don't fix it, then you've got avenues. You can, as everybody said, you've got health department and all of these, the police department, building departments. There's plenty of avenues to take care of this. The bad landlords will be found. They'll get weeded out. Why are we bothering so many people and impacting so many people in order to do what you're trying to do here? The system's there. As my mother just said, Colorado statute has already covered. It's all covered.
If your mother already said it, we don't need you to repeat her comments. Thank you, sir. Mr. Roberts?
This is too intrusive
Andrew.
to our tenants.
Thank you.
Andrew
I'm
Amador.
not done.
Thank you. Your comments are duplicative. Thank you.
There's more.
Good evening, Mayor and members of City Council. My name's Andrew Amador. I live at 7234 East 73rd Avenue in Commerce City. I'm the current chair of the Planning Commission. Last week on the October 3rd Planning Commission meeting, there was a motion to table the passing of the comprehensive plan as it was presented. The motion was, quote, I move to table any decision on the proposed comprehensive plan until the Planning Commission has received input and advice from one of the Colorado-based entities that helps guide the planning process for Colorado municipalities. Those entities may be, but are not limited to, Colorado State Government, Department of Local Affairs, University of Denver, Colorado Municipal League, or the American Planning Association. Selection of the training advisor should be made by a committee comprised of 2 Planning Commission members and 1 person appointed by the City Council. We did have conversation after the motion, and during the motion, we didn't feel it was appropriate to pass a 25-year comprehensive plan because it lacked some community inputs in our opinion. So we did ask for the community inputs on that. We felt that it lacked a water and how we're gonna address water in the comprehensive plan, economic development, along with some of the studies of the streets and roads. With that being said, we did, as a body, decide to have 2 commissioners, Commissioner Kamak and Commissioner Eagleston, agree to be on the committee. So the ask is from this city council to have a member of the city council on this committee to help guide us. In conversation with Commissioner Kamak, he was not reappointed to the Planning Commission about a year ago. He was appointed to a different commission on the Economic Board. At that time, Commissioner Kamak did reapply for the Planning Commission, and he did have a conversation with the city manager. The conversation, in paraphrase, was that the Planning Commission would get some training because we didn't know what we didn't know. And then after the fact, in conversation, the city manager said, quote, I don't report to the Planning Commission, I report to the City Council. During the motion in the conversation, the deputy city manager was at the meeting last week, and the conversation was a little emotional and heated, and the deputy said, quote, if you want training, knock yourself out. That's unsettling. So the ask simply is to have a city council member be appointed to a committee along with the Planning Commission for training. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Joe Marie.
Good evening. My name is Joe Marie Oliver. I'm a 3rd-generation landlord. I just want to say that I'm opposed to this proposal. There's a shortage of landlords now, a shortage of housing now. I get calls before I even have the sign up. 20 years I've been a landlord. Basically, the state, the city of Commerce City needs to stay out of private businesses. The state can't keep up with evictions. There's a tax on the middle class. This will turn to the tenants, raise rents. Seems like the state doesn't want people to own property. Right now, home mortgages are high, insurance is high. It's cutting into the profits for landlords, higher rents for the tenants. Most landlords are self-starters. responsible, educated entrepreneurs. We are not rich. We have property taxes, we have insurances, we have damages that the tenants do, loss of rent. The cost of materials to rebuild has gone up. The cost of labor is high. We know what to do. We know what the laws are. The warranty of habitability covers this already. We don't need the city of Commerce City to step in and tell us how to do our job. Landlords are educated and we know the laws and codes. The lease holds up in court. We have the health department, we have the City of Commerce City ordinance, we have neighborhood services, police department, courts. Landlords can be sued, tenants can be sued for damages that they cause. We don't need this by the city. There was no voting on this. City council just is trying to slide this in. I really don't like this. No voting on this, nothing in the newspapers. Like there was, I just happened to hear about this. So I appreciate your time, and even the licensure on vendors for foods and for a flower stand. I was gonna have a flower stand and I couldn't even get my permit until after the Mother's Day event. I mean, I don't know, there's just gonna be a lot of people selling their properties and stuff if this motion gets enacted, in my opinion. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Barbara McMillan. Barbara McMillan.
She said she passed. She's gonna pass her time on to someone else.
Carol Robideau.
Hello, thank you for letting me come up here. I currently live in Kingsburg, Colorado, 4473 Weld County Road, 61 Kingsburg, 80643. My parents came out to Commerce City, then it was Derby or whatever, 1948. I was born here, attended schools for the whole 12 years, graduated from college. People don't like to say, where you're from. You're from Commerce City. I'm very proud of it. I've been here. I have a business, Best Jeff Flowers, for 26 years. I've had rentals since I was in college. And yes, third generation. If there's a problem in the rentals, and let me just mention a couple examples. Recently, my tenant called me because the garbage disposal wasn't working, so I had to hire someone. We can't do the work anymore. They charged a fee to go out there. Gosh, there was a bottle cap in it. It damaged my garbage disposal. Then I got a notice from the city because the tenant wasn't keeping the weeds down. So, of course, I had to have somebody out. So it was taken care of. In the winter, the furnace wasn't working, so I called the furnace man, and he said you needed to replace it. So it was in one of my older rentals, and I replaced it. I don't need anybody else making inspections and having the rent raised. It's kind of sad when there is a landlord and your home is under the market, you think, and the tenant is counting every penny and dime and $10 to come up with the deposits and to pay the rent, and then to add another $600 or whatever on it, that you're wasting the time. Use the agencies in the city that are there, and they respond when you're called or if you're turned in or you need something done. You don't need any more bureaucracy. And another thing is, since I've been here for this long, there has been 3-4 times that the city council has brought up this same thing. We come up here, and you've heard that. We have to talk about it, complain, and it's voted down. So here we are again, wasting everybody's time. And the city, we're working on it to improve it. We're all here because we care. I do have one question that someone asked me. How many of you are renting in Commerce City? So none of you are renting, but you're putting in rules and regulations for renters when you really don't know offhand if there is a problem. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We have no other comments. That's signed up by the deadline.
Ms. Geiger.
Yes, sir.
Believe that you have some information for the city council regarding this. There are
Regarding the sign up,
Yes.
it's my understanding there may be some individuals that would like to deliver public comment. And according to council policy 20B, I believe, section B, the mayor or another council member can agree to waive, well, the mayor as the chair can agree to waive that roster signing requirement. Technically, if there were a large number of individuals signed up, so it would be difficult to sign the roster. Essentially, you can waive the requirement.
Is that an individual action, or did that require unanimous consent from the city council?
That's an individual waiver for 20B. There would be unanimous consent necessary for somebody who wanted to speak completely out of the agenda time for public comment.
Thank you. Please proceed, Mr. Roberts.
So our our form is not up and running right now. Per our process, we close that down at 6:05. So for those that are wishing to speak, they could raise their hand and you could call on them.
Okay. Is there anybody in the room that has come here to speak that did not have an opportunity to sign up? All right, we'll take the very first one, sir, on the left, with your hand up, please. You in the floral shirt. Is that floral? Looks kind of like palm trees to me. I don't know.
I guess I wasn't the one you were looking at.
No, you were. That
Oh,
looks
okay.
floral to me. I mean, not flowers, but.
I think you've seen me here before. I'm David Busby. I live at 11136 Quintero Court, Commerce City, Colorado. I've lived here since 1966. I also am a landlord. I only have 4 homes. All 4 of those homes have been completely renovated. They have insulation in them. 2 of them have brand new kitchens all installed, new water heaters. 2 of them have new furnaces. One of the houses I used to live in. So they're in good shape. I've had renters stay with me 22 years. And I do stay under market, so I keep them longer. And they don't have a problem. They give me a call if there's any problems. I'll give you a little history on ordinances for rental certification. While I was on city council for those 22 years, it came before our council, not initiated by the council, twice. And both times we asked staff to look at the ordinance that are on the books to find out if they would be sufficient to take care of the problems of tenants. Both times before the city council, when I was on it, we determined that there was enough ordinances on the books to take care of any tenant problem. So I think this is a little redundant, not necessary. And it definitely will, and I'm repeating others, raise the rents because landlords can't take this on. They're working on a small percentage, just like every other business. And so they're going to pass on those costs to the tenant. And I appreciate your time, and I'll give it anybody that wants the 1 minute left to speak on my behalf. Thank you very much.
Thanks, sir. Ma'am in the front with the fuchsia colored hair? Pink? What do we describe that as?
It's pink with purple and some gray highlights in there.
Hi, my name's Brandy. I live at 7550 Kearney Street in Commerce City. I really just wanted to come here and say thank you. You guys did a donation to the Adams City High School and the middle school for our mascot, and I want to say thank you so much. And I also want to give a huge shout out to Councilman Krim and also the South Adams County Water Company. We were looking for water bottle donations for the kids so they can have access to water, and he helped facilitate to be able to get some of those. And I really just wanted to come up here and say thank you guys for supporting Adams 14. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, who's next?
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Morgan. I'm a member of the UNE, a renter, and an 8-year Navy veteran. I am also a new mother. I live in Commerce City in Ward 1, Ordinance 2541, and a step in the right direction for us renters. My husband and I have faced multiple challenges living in our home that we rent. Our basement was flooded multiple times, and this was with Progress Residential. On top of our basement being flooded multiple times, our windows weren't sealed correctly, so water leaks through and then it rains or whenever it snows. When we had mold forming above our wall as well. I have asked many of times to fix these problems, and nothing has yet to be done. Now, with what I have feeling is just retaliation from Progress Residential. We were served on notice to quits. This program is essential because nobody should live in fear or losing of their home or being retaliated against, especially serving two tours overseas. After being retaliated against and asking for the landlord to repair these issues, nothing has been done ever since moving in or before moving in. This program will take the responsibility off the residents of having to fight for safe conditions. Because of the program, we will ensure that all residents will have homes that are safe and up to code. Please vote yes to the ordinance of 2541.
Good evening, Mayor and the council members. My name is Jamal. I'm a member of UNE Renters of Adams County. We are renting the unit from Progress Residential, the biggest bully landlord in the history of Adams County. They are not allowed to conduct any business in Adams County. However, I would like to vote in forms of Ordinance 2451. I've heard a lot of great landlords here. They've been doing this business for 45 plus years, so they look like they know what they're doing. But the huge red flag to me was not one landlord wanted to do this because they're concerned about paying $6. That's pretty sad. If they're conducting a good business for 45 plus years and they're a great landlord, they should not have no concern about the people renting in the community. As you hear, my wife, she's a Navy veteran for 8 years. We have not given no respect. I would like to highlight the Judge Kirby Leroy. He just granted a writ without listening to our case in the court. We did have faced multiple challenges living in our home. Our basement flooded multiple times. Our property got damaged multiple times. There was no remorse from the landlord, but we got retaliated against and we got evicted. Currently, my wife of 8 years of Navy veteran, myself as a minority, and we just had a newborn baby, are homeless. We would like to ask you to please say yes to this ordinance for the future people who will be renting in Adams County. Please say yes to the ordinance 2541. And if the landlords are good and they're in a good standing, they should not have no concern with this. If they've been doing the business for 45 plus years, they should be knowing what they're doing, and they should not have no hesitant with this ordinance. Please, 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 I beg you all, please vote in for ordinance 2551 for all the poor people's sake. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Come on.
We have a question about Spanish interpretation. The next person who would like to speak is a Spanish speaker. That's fine? Perfect.
Francisco, Nora, are y'all online and available to translate for us?
We're bringing them over now. Francisco, could you please let our public comment know how this process will work?
Hello, can you hear me? Hello, can I be heard?
Yes, we can hear you now, Francisco.
Okay, great.
Would you please let the individual who's making public comment know how this process will work, Francisco?
Yes, will do. Buenas noches, mi nombre es Francisco, yo soy un intérprete, trabajo para la ciudad y estoy aquí para interpretarles. Si hace el favor de decir una o dos oraciones a la vez, yo le interpreto al inglés y de esa manera procedemos.
Muchas gracias. Buenas noches, alcalde y concejales. Gracias por la oportunidad de hablar hoy.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to address you today.
Mi nombre es Reina Barraza, soy miembro de UNE y arrendatario aquí en Commerce City desde hace 12 años.
My name is Naira Barraza. I am a UNE member and I've been a member for the last 12 years.
Estoy aquí para hablar a favor de la ordenanza 2541.
I am here to speak in favor of City Ordinance 2541.
En la comunidad donde yo vivo, hemos presentado solicitudes de mantenimiento por escalones rotos, aire acondicionado o calentones sin servir por años, basura en la propiedad, igual refrigeradores, estufas, con familias que tienen niños pequeños, sin que nos hayan escuchado.
In the community where we live, we have requests for repairs for stairwells, stairs that are broken, for stoves, heating equipment, and a number of others in addition to refrigerators and stuff. And this is in the situation where, where working families are asking for this to be done and nothing has been repaired.
Fue hasta que empezaron las inspecciones que ellos empezaron a tomar cartas en el asunto, a arreglar las cosas en los departamentos.
It was only until inspections began to take place that they began to deal with these problems.
Cada año nuestro alquiler aumentaba una cantidad moderada, pero el año pasado aumentó un 30% en menos de 6 meses nuestro alquiler.
Every year rent will go up a moderate amount. But last year, rents went up 30%.
En nuestra área tenemos
in a period of 6 months.
En nuestra área tenemos inquilinos que se sienten nerviosos para hablar con los propietarios por el estatus legal o por el idioma y prefieren a veces quedarse con las malas condiciones de su vivienda.
In our area, we have renters who are nervous about talking to the landlords because of their legal situation or because they don't speak English, and they simply stay quiet about the conditions that they have to face.
Y por estas razones, creo que necesitamos un programa universal que proteja a todos los residentes de aumentos de renta sin control, malas condiciones.
For these reasons, we need a universal program that will protect all renters from bad conditions, from big increases in the rent,
malas condiciones en nuestras viviendas o sin importar la raza, el idioma. Nosotros
and to protect us from bad conditions in our homes, regardless of what race we are or what language we speak.
Nosotros los inquilinos sabemos que tenemos muchas obligaciones con ustedes pero también creo que debemos de tener derechos. Por favor, voten sí a la ordenanza 2541. Gracias.
We as tenants know that we have a lot of responsibilities, and we want to do so, but we also need to have rights. Please vote in favor of ordinance 2541.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Next.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Willa Shelton. I'm a member of the UNE and a renter here in Commerce City. I live in Ward 2. I have lived in my apartment for over 5 years now. The ordinance 2541 is a step in the right direction for us renters. My apartment has flooded 3 times within the past 3 years. The first time, the renter's insurance was able to help me. But the second, my insurance helped me, and then they canceled my policy because I had too many claims, because their property failed to address the issues. As the third time happened, I had no other choice but to stay in my apartment, and as someone that is retired and with a disability, it's hard to get around. I had to leave my apartment, come back with all the remodeling happening to fix damages from the flooding. And just recently, my water heater was leaking gas in the apartment. I'm concerned for my health, my safety with this apartment. I still get smells of gas and/or rotten smells within the apartment, leaving me scared. I'm here in support of the ordinance 2541 and to this proactive inspection program. This is a way to protect residents' health and well-being. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Buenas noches, alcaldes y concejales.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council.
Mi nombre es Rosa Acosta, soy miembro del UNE y soy inquilina aquí en Commerce City. Vivo en el Distrito 2. He vivido en mis apartamentos durante 10 años con mi esposo y mi hija. Estoy aquí.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es, my name is Rosa Acosta. I am a member of UNI. I am a renter. I live in District 2, and I have lived in that district for 10 years. Proceda, señora. Diga una o dos oraciones a la vez para que yo pueda interpretarle al inglés.
Estoy aquí hoy para compartir con ustedes el entusiasmo de esta ordenanza 2541.
I am here with you today to share my enthusiasm with you in favor of Ordinance 2541.
Mi alquiler en los últimos 2 años ha aumentado en $600 y el motivo principal cada vez es el mantenimiento y sin embargo han tomado más de 3 años para reparar las fugas dentro de mi apartamento.
My rent has gone up by $600. The main justification for this has been maintenance. This happened over a period of 3 years, and supposedly they have taken these 3 years to repair leaks in my apartment.
Mi estufa está rota, nuestro refrigerador goteando agua dentro de mi apartamento y todavía tenemos cucarachas en nuestro apartamento. Esta ordenanza permitiría que se inspeccione más apartamentos.
My stove doesn't work. My fridge drips water. We have roaches. This ordinance is gonna allow for inspections to happen regularly.
Hará que sea electoría que los administradores de propiedades y los propietarios no puedan elegir los apartamentos que quieran.
Disculpe, señora, ¿puedes repetir la primera parte?
Inspecciones más apartamentos y hará que sean electorios que los administradores de propiedades y los propietarios no puedan elegir los apartamentos.
The inspections will make it possible for the landlords not to be able to pick and choose the apartments.
Que quieran para crear más transparencia y responsabilidades y responsabilizar a los malos propietarios.
It will create more transparency, it will encourage responsibility, and it will make it possible for landlords to be more responsible towards the tenants.
Por eso necesitamos un programa universal que proteja a todos los residentes independientemente de su raza, idioma o cuánto ganen. Vote así por la ordenanza 2541. Gracias por su tiempo.
We need a universal program that will protect all residents independent of their race, language they speak, or how much income they have. Please vote in favor of ordinance 2541. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm here on behalf of Anita Mercado, who had to leave because of an emergency. My name is Carmen Romero, and I live at 6201 East 62nd Avenue in Commerce City at the Village Crest Apartment Homes. We are both members of UNE, and Anita Mercado has lived in Commerce City for over 50 years. Anita and I are in favor of Ordinance 2541 moving forward. Not only is she a member of UNE, but she is also a part of St. Vincent de Paul, which helps provide assistance to residents of Commerce City with utilities and rent. Over the years, renters have been calling on issues of rapidly rising rents. While supporting them, we were surprised to hear the terrible conditions of their apartments and the impact it had on their homes. Her family are experiencing these issues, and it makes her mad to see her community and her loved ones afraid to report issues with their landlords due to fear of retaliation like rent increases, fees, or a notice to quit or not renew. The ordinance is a step in the right direction to ensure that landlords are accountable to fixing all units. We are excited about this ordinance moving forward and vote yes on Ordinance 2541. Thank you for your time, and it is important to learn from landlords. This is a step forward, and renters' voices are important too, not just landlords. Good evening, Mayor and council members, and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
So good evening, Mayor and City Councilman. My name is Alexis. I recently moved here to City of Commerce City about a year ago. I'm married and I have one daughter, and I'm here today to speak in favor of Ordinance 2541. My apartments are brand new, and we have run into many issues that are wrong. That shouldn't be happening to a brand-new apartment. And I put in multiple maintenance requests that have yet to be answered for months now. I'm scared because my apartments just introduced a policy of non-renewal, which lays out why they will not renew leases. One section of the policy says continually unhappy and dissatisfied, impossible of satisfactory, which is the passing of the responsibility from the landlords for fixing issues within our apartments and shifting the blame on us renters. I can't even create accountability to follow up on a work order. If something is prepared correctly or even file a complaint with the city, my lease cannot be renewed, which isn't right as someone on Section 8. This is why I urge you to vote yes on Ordinance 25. Thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Huseman, members of City Council, and city staff. Thank you for the opportunity to speak before you today. My name is Alexandra Georgiadis. I hold a master's in social work, and I'm the policy analyst at United for a New Economy, a community-based organization here in Commerce City. I'm here to urge you to pass Ordinance 2541 to establish a rental registration and licensing program. Rental licensing programs are a smart and effective tool to promote healthier housing, and cities across Colorado and the country have adopted this program and seen success. Each component of the ordinance has been intentionally written to ensure that residents have a safe place to live and landlords fulfill their responsibility of keeping their properties up to code. The ordinance requires all long-term rental properties to be licensed across the city, ensuring that each and every resident who rents, no matter what kind of housing they live in, can have a safe and healthy home that is up to housing code. Having a 3-year license renewal period guarantees that properties are inspected regularly enough to identify property issues before they become more severe and costly. The ordinance also creates a safety net for residents whose units are found uninhabitable. It will require landlords to provide a hotel room or comparable unit and financial assistance with moving while their original unit is repaired. By providing residents a safe place to live in the intermediary, Commerce City will reduce the number of families being forced to make the choice between living in unsafe housing versus becoming unhoused. Lastly, this ordinance protects tenants against retaliation, empowering residents to speak up when they suspect a code violation, because no one should fear losing their home because they asked their landlord to fix a broken stove or water heater. Residents in Commerce City have faced exorbitant increases in their monthly rent. According to the U.S. Census Bureau, median rents for 2-bedroom apartments in Commerce City have increased over 50% in the last 5 years. In 2016, the median rent for a 2-bedroom apartment in Commerce City was $876. And as of 2021, median rents jumped to $1,323. As you've heard from the testimony of renters in your city tonight, those increases have not included the necessary repairs and improvements to keep their properties up to code. With this ordinance, city staff estimate the annual cost of an owner who passes their inspection the first time to be $79.04 per year, or $6.59 per month. This ordinance does not require landlords to pass on costs to tenants, and even if landlords choose to pass on these costs to tenants, it should be the equivalent of $6 per month. By passing this program, Commerce City can join a number of cities across Colorado and the country that are striving to keep people housed in their communities at a time when renters are facing unprecedented rent increases, deteriorating conditions, and retaliatory landlord practices. Vote yes to ensure that all Commerce City residents live in a safe and dignified home and receive equal treatment no matter what kind of housing they live in. Thank you for your time.
Members of the public were able to submit written comments online and by mail. Written comments were received by the deadline incorporated into the updated agenda packet. If follow-up is necessary, you should expect to be contacted by a staff member. This time, we're going to recess to the NIGID meeting. We'll take a 5-minute recess prior to convening that meeting. All right, let's call the NIGID meeting to order and ask the secretary to call the roll. Present.
Chair Hughesman.
Present.
Vice Chair Allen Thomas. Board Member Madera.
Present.
Board Member Chacon. Board Member Noble.
Present.
Board Member Hurst. Board Member Kim.
Here.
Board Member Ford.
Present.
Board Member Douglas.
Present.
Chair, you have a quorum.
Aye, motion second, excuse the members not present. Board Member Hurst.
So moved.
Board Member Madera.
Second.
I have a motion second, excuse the members not present. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. We're going to move on to presentations. We have a presentation on the NIGID Series 2013 Bond Update. City Manager Rogers and Assistant City Manager Cheryl Carsons will give the presentation.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to make this very quick and then turn it over to Cheryl. Based on a number of different things that we've heard over the years with respect to the increasing valuation of property in the Northern Range pertaining to taxes, staff set apart itself on how could we help our community. So in this, finance working with the Assistant City Manager identified an opportunity that would allow for us to retire or to defease certain amounts within our fund balance to help pay off debt by 1 or 2 years, in addition to being able to then potentially retire the debt early with our ability to refund, and then lastly, as part of this process, lower the mill levy from 14 to 8 for the NIGID. But I will turn it over to Cheryl Carsons to go through more details pertaining to upcoming ordinances that will be up for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers. Good evening. I appreciate the opportunity to be here tonight to share this with you. I do want to make you aware that in joining us online is David Bell from RBC Capital. They serve as our underwriter. Jason Simmons from Hilltop Securities serves as the city's financial advisor, and Dalton Kelly and Kim Crawford from Butler Snow serve as our outside legal counsel on bond issues. To give you an idea of where things currently are and the opportunity that we have, as a reminder, we paid off the Series 2002 GO bonds in 2022. In addition, we lowered the mill levy from 20 to 14 mills in preparation for the 2023 budget. Right now, the Series 2013 is the only remaining debt issuance the NIGID has. We have sufficient NIGID fund balance that allows us to pay down $10 million of that debt and refund the remaining balance of the bonds. The growth continues to happen. The assessed valuation that we received in August showed an increase of 38% between 2022 and 23. As a reminder, any excess revenue that is collected on property tax above the debt service payment is required to be restricted in our fund balance and to be used for future debt payoff or additional reduction in mill levy. Each year as we prepare for the budget, staff does look at this as the mill levy certifications come in, and we bring forward any recommendations to you. As a reminder, in February of 2013, the 2006 and 2008 bonds were refinanced. The debt was originally issued. The voters authorized $79.9 million. Those bonds were issued to finance 104th Avenue infrastructure or other street improvements. This debt currently, as it stands today, is set to retire in December of 2038. Last year was an optional redemption period. The payoff amount at that time would have been $61.5 million. The pledged revenue for this debt is the mill levy certification within the NIGID boundary. And as it stands today, the 2024 debt service payment is anticipated to be just over $5 million. This slide tells you what we wanted to do, and I wanted to make you aware of a couple of changes. I apologize that this information has changed a little bit from the time it was loaded into the packet, and that is because the market conditions have changed, and it did not allow me to make the change to the presentation before the deadline and posting of the agenda. But what we are proposing, originally we were anticipating doing all of this in one transaction. Now it appears based on market conditions, we would need to do it in 2 steps. Originally, we thought we would use $10 million of the NIGID fund balance to pay down debt. Now we are asking that you consider $11 million, and I'll explain that as I go through this. In addition to that, the added things that we were recommending is it would lower the annual debt service payments for the remainder of the issuance. It would flatten the debt service payments. Traditionally, debt service payments start lower and go higher over the length of the bond. As of right now, in 2032, the debt service payment was anticipated to jump about $739,000 from 2031 in 2032. We are also hoping that as part of this deal, it would allow us to shorten the remaining term of the debt by 2 or 3 years and allow us to lower the mill levy from 14 to 8 mills. This table shows you the certification that we received in August was the 658 number. If we kept it at 14 mills, that would generate 9.2 million, and we showed a couple of different scenarios. We are recommending a reduction down to 8 mills that would generate 5.2 million, which would cover the debt service payment. Now, even though our debt service payment in 2024 is a bit less, if we don't lower those, the future debt service payments, our mill levy collection has to still cover the maximum annual debt service, which as of right now is supposed to be about 5.8 million in 2032. Now, we do know that we will continue to see an increase in valuations. How much that will be, we don't know. In the packet, I also included information on the Proposition HH and the potential impact. We have been participating with CML as well as other agencies to determine what that impact can be. At this time, we have looked at about a 5% reduction if that happens. With that if it were a 5% reduction, we still believe that lowering it to 8 mills would still allow us to collect the amount of revenue needed to pay the debt service. We would know the outcome of HH prior to any type of refunding happening. We wanted to provide a few examples of what a homeowner could expect if we went from 14 mills to 8 mills. We looked at properties in 3 different metro districts within the NIGID boundary to give you an idea, based on their assessed valuation, what that impact could be to a homeowner. And those assessed values ranged from $595,000 to about $745,000. This information was put in the packet the last time, well, prior to the market changing drastically at the end of last week. So that's why I indicated it was preliminary, knowing those numbers could change. Right now, we do not believe, based on what we saw with the market last week, that it makes sense to refund prior to the end of the year. However, we still would recommend paying down a portion of the debt, shaving off 2 years, and instead of 10 million, we would ask you to consider using 11 million of the NIGID fund balance so that we could go to 2037 and 38 and pay off that full amount. Then, in the event that the market conditions change, we would then move to step 2 of this deal and refinance the rest, still hoping that we can flatten out the debt service throughout the remaining portion of the debt, potentially shave off another year or 2, depending on the market at that time. And again, as a reminder, any excess we collect gets reserved at the end of each year as part of our year-end structure to be able to reserve that for future payoff, which we could pay off early depending on what happens throughout the years with the assessed valuation. I had indicated that it would be a potential closing in mid-December. Today, that does not look like that would happen. So what we are proposing is next week, if the board approves us to continue down this path, we would bring a bond ordinance to you to approve that would allow us for a year's time to refund if market conditions become more favorable. It would also allow us to incorporate that lower mill levy from 14 to 8 mills into the 2024 budget. And then in December, we anticipate that we would take that $11 million that I mentioned and pay off the 2037 and 2038 maturities. So I am done with my presentation. The individuals that have joined us online are happy to answer any questions, or Mr. Rogers and I are happy to answer any questions if you have them.
Councilmember Hurst.
Just a comment. I really appreciate you guys getting in front of this issue and giving us options. I really think everywhere, the whole city feels it. But especially when you're looking at, these special districts that the North are paying, it's adding these mill levies on top of other mill levies. And anywhere we can make that type of savings is gonna help, especially next year. Some people have already gotten $2,600, $2,700 tax bill increases. And so I think this can really help mitigate some of those challenges.
Board Member Noble?
Thank you for that. You're very good at what you do. You just rattled right through that, right off the top of your head. I'm very impressed. I'm asking about slide number 2. And I want to focus on that again, the excess property tax restricted in fund balance. And you noted that it had something to do with city rules. Can you describe that more fully?
Notice it has something to do, so the ballot language when the
Could you
voter-
pull the mic towards you?
Yes, thank you. The ballot language, when passed, indicated that any excess property tax revenue that was collected above the debt service payment needed to be reserved in fund balance for future payment of the debt. If you recall, in 2022, we were able to pay off just around $5 million and retire the 2002 series early because of that excess fund balance. There is still fund balance that is reserved. That's a process that we go through at the end of each year once we're closing the books, and it has to be used to pay down debt. So now, as we were having the conversation with the individuals that I mentioned as part of our bond team, I asked about using $10 million to be able to accomplish not only one thing by doing a refunding, but by accomplishing multiple things. And we are allowed to do that based on that language that was approved.
Okay, and the language was in
The
bond.
original, yeah, the original bond ordinance.
So we voted for that as residents of Commerce City?
Yes.
And other districts around Commerce City would need to have that kind of language in their bonds in order for them to reduce their mills as well or refund?
Yeah, depending on the language that was approved at the time of any voter authorization, they have to be in compliance of the language that was listed, or they would have to go back to their voters for an amendment to that language.
Seems like it would be an important clause to include in service plans for prospective metro districts. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. And I know I have a lot of residents in Ward 4 who will be very pleased to be seeing some relief. So I will definitely be supporting this. Thank you.
Any other questions? Board Member Douglas?
Thank you. So when you were talking about refund, could you explain that just a little bit more?
So if we move forward with a refunding in 2024, if the market conditions are more favorable, it will take any remaining bonds and it will go back to the market in hopes of getting a more favorable interest rate to potentially lower the debt service payments over the remaining life of the bonds and potentially pay down additional years if that's an
Okay,
option.
so the refund actually comes if the market allows it. It comes back to us, but then it goes into.
Well, so what will happen if the board approves tonight for us to bring back the bond ordinance next week on the 16th?
Mhm.
What you would be doing with that bond ordinance is you would be the bond ordinance sets parameters for a refunding, as well as authorizes the chairperson and treasurer to execute those bond documents if and when we deem that transaction makes sense. And we would put into that bond ordinance that we could do that up to a year if conditions allow. If we exceed that year and conditions have not changed, then we would need to bring an additional ordinance back to the NIGID board to approve moving forward. But we would have that year period where, if favorable, we could proceed.
And so when you first put this out, it was 10 million that was necessary, and conditions changed, so it turned into 11 million. Is there anything that you anticipate that might happen between now and when the ordinance comes forward that would change things once again?
We don't think so. By splitting the transaction, originally what we were going to propose is the refunding and using the 10 million as part of the refunding. What would happen then is we would take a look at all of the remaining maturities and pick and choose based on the most favorable at that time. Because conditions aren't as favorable right now, we looked at retiring the 2037 and 2038, which is just shy of that 11 million number. That's why we are proposing that you approve bumping that by 1 million.
All right, that makes sense. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Thank you, appreciate it. All right, we will adjourn our NIGID meeting, and we will reconvene the city council meeting. Going to move on to our executive session. Tonight, we have 2 executive sessions. I'll ask for a motion second for each executive session individually. First, I'm looking for a motion second to enter executive session pursuant session of the City Council of the City of Commerce City pursuant to CRS 24-6-402, parentheses 4, subparentheses F and G, for the purposes of considering documents protected by the mandatory non-disclosure provisions of the Colorado Open Records Act, specifically for the consideration of application materials related to the recruitment of a city attorney, and for the purpose of determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, developing strategy for negotiations, and instructing negotiators regarding the recruitment of the city attorney. Councilmember Douglas. Councilmember Dare.
Move to enter executive session as stated.
Councilmember Kim. Second. Have a motion second to go into executive session for the purposes stated. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Also, I'm looking for a motion second to enter executive session pursuant to CRS 24-6-402, parentheses 4, subparentheses E and I and F and I, for the purposes of discussion of personnel matters relating to the interim city attorney and for the purpose of determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, developing strategy for negotiations, and instructing negotiators concerning an extension of the term of the interim city attorney. Councilmember Dare?
So moved.
Councilmember Hurst?
Second.
Have a motion second to enter executive session for the purposes stated. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, do a voice vote. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. We're now going to go into executive session. Council will return from the executive session to take action. The meeting broadcast and recording will remain up while we are in the room, in the sauna, in the heat room, smelling It's like a peek into another time, huh? All right, we are back from executive session. I think we did better than the hour and 5 minutes that was originally quoted, so good job, council, good job, staff. Does anybody on council have a motion to make? Nope, great. Moving on to presentations. We moved the Zeroscape discussion. Do we have an Adams County Health Department update?
Yes, Mayor. In consultation and discussion with Adams County Health Department, they have graciously offered to move their item to the November 27th agenda, given that obviously there are greater discussions to be held later tonight in regards to the rental registration. So I would make that humble request of you to shift them to that evening.
All right, can I get a motion to move the Adams County Health update to November 27th?
Yes, sir.
Councilmember Hurst?
So moved.
Councilmember Kim?
Second.
Have a motion second to move the Adams County Health update to November 27th. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, do a voice vote. All those in favor? Any opposed? Great, thank you very much. We're going to move on to ordinances on first reading. We have ordinance 2547 appropriating funds for the flock camera system. Does anybody on council have any questions concerning this ordinance? Seeing none, I'm looking for a motion second to introduce ordinance 2547 by council as seated and approve on first reading. Councilmember Kim?
So moved.
Councilmember Hurst?
Second.
I have a motion and a second to introduce ordinance 2547 by council as seated and approve on first reading. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, will the clerk please read the title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance 2547, an ordinance amending the 2023 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by transferring $298,800 from the unencumbered fund balance of the general fund to the Information Technology Fund for costs associated with the flock camera system and authorizing the expenditure thereof. Your vote is open.
That motion is going to pass unanimously. 6 in the yay. I pushed yes. Should be 7 in the yay and 2 in the excused absence.
It's Councilwoman Douglas as well. It's not
You want to redo that vote?
Yes.
Thank you. That didn't look right.
Nope.
Oh, you know what? My podium actually says Jennifer Allen Thomas.
It does.
Oh, look at that, I'm here.
All righty, your vote is now open.
All right, that motion is going to carry unanimously, 7-0 with 2 excused absences. We're going to move on to ordinances on second reading. We have ordinance 2541, rental registration inspection program in Commerce City. Does anybody on council have any questions concerning this ordinance? Councilmember Douglas?
It says I am in the queue, but I did not push anything to put me in the queue.
Okay, Councilmember Kim.
Thank you, Mayor. So question for staff on this one. Few things I have. So when I look at the Exhibit A or for ordinance 2541, 5-6002, Section A. License required after March 1st, 2025, it shall be unlawful for any person to offer, provide, yada, yada, yada. My question is on there for that one is regarding what is the cost for a property manager to obtain a license from the city? I just want clarification on that. What would be the cost?
We have not proposed that cost. We gave you some ranges back in when we presented it on first reading, but we would not give you, we would intend to bring you a resolution setting the cost after it was adopted, after we see exactly what we have adopted and then decide what cost recovery.
So what I read in the slide presentation originally said $600 is not really $600?
Right, that was what it could be to try to achieve 100% cost recovery.
Okay. Second question. In B, it
Councilmember
states.
Kim,
Yes.
sorry to interrupt, but if I could just clarify, the ordinance does state that all fees will be set by resolution by council.
Okay. Section B, regarding the same spot in 6002, states individual rental property. Says a license issued by the city and ordinance with this article shall apply to an individual rental property within the city. So does this mean that the property manager would need to obtain a license for each individual property they own? So we're talking if they own 70, they have to get 70 individual licenses? I just want clarification. That's all I'm looking for.
That is the way it's written, yes, sir.
Okay, let's move on. C1, I believe it's under implementation. It says, okay, so I think I write it on there. The landlord has submitted an application satisfying all provisions of this article to the city prior to the date of the license would be required. What are the provisions the property manager would need to obtain in order to be considered approved?
They would have to submit all the information that's in 6003 in application requirements, and pay the fees at that time that were in place.
Okay, let's move on to 5-6003, C1. Fees. All fees including without limitation application, inspection, late filing fees, and other fees. And I think what I heard interim city attorney say, because the question I was going to ask regarding what are the itemized fees and costs, sounds like that would be set by council at whenever this comes through. Got it.
Yes, sir.
And then in 6006, 5-6006, A1, talks about no application for a new license shall be approved until all rental properties owned by the landlord have completed a successful inspection performed by a rental property inspector employed by the city or a rental property inspector approved by the city manager. So I believe this kind of contradicts ourselves as far as what we state in 5-6002, that the property manager would need to obtain a license for each property. But in this section, it says we're saying if the property manager has more than one unit, we won't approve. So let me back up here. Are we saying that we're not, if they have over 70 units and if one of them fails, but there's 69 of them that we've checked, we're not going to approve those until the one passes? Just looking for clarification.
I got it. The way it's written is, you're exactly correct. The way it's written is that if one failed, they would have to bring it into compliance to be thoroughly licensed for all the rest.
Okay. Let me just move on because I had a lot more on here. So in E1, which I think is under, which one is that one? It's regarding the city manager.
Sorry to interrupt, Councilmember Kim, but my understanding of that provision is the actual license at issue for the particular property is what this is talking about. And
Okay.
it's just saying that the license won't be issued until an inspection is completed for that property.
Roger that. So just that individual property. Thank you for
My
that.
apologies, we went back and forth on that, so
Okay, so E1, the city manager shall have the authority to create and amend any rule and regulations that deem appropriate for the administrative of this article. To me, that sounds like carte blanche. Please clarify for me how that is not being read as,
which section?
As I'm under warrant of habitability, sir, is that what you're speaking about?
yes.
So that's
Saying that
actually,
you're authorized to say yay or nay to whatever, like.
right. So I think with respect to some clarification on that, that's in regards to subsection D, in regards to inspection requirements, in which I would, or those in my role, would have the ability under the rules and regulations to make appropriate changes as deemed appropriate with respect to the broader ordinance at hand. Any changes within that would have to come back to the full body of council. So that's in reference to that D1, 2, or 3, in which D3 talks about within 10 days of that inspection, that report shall be provided. It then goes to speaking about the ability to cure said issues at hand. Now, once again, the ability to create and to amend any rules and regulations as they deem appropriate for the administration really is going back into the inspection requirements and those that would be tied within the policy basis of the program.
So let me ask you this, and with regards to the inspection requirements, because it doesn't look like I read anything in there about the inspection requirements, but is that going to be followed based on Colorado Statute 38-12-503 as far as what's been identified in there, or as being considered the inspection requirements?
So what we have as far as the inspection requirements, they would be in addition and or supplemental complementary to the section 3812-503. So I would say with that, we'd also be looking at matters under the property maintenance code to assist with the regulations of habitability.
Okay, let's move on really quick because I don't want to spend too much time here. So my question then, I know Mr. Tolbert, you kind of alluded to this, but with regards to comparing what are other cities around us look like currently with this form of ordinance, as far as what did they charge for inspections? There's Denver, what's the other one? There's one more. I know.
Denver's, Westminster's doing it, Fort Collins has changed theirs, but they were doing it, Lakewood, I understand, is doing it. Sir, I don't have those numbers right in front of me, as far as the cost of doing it.
Maybe next time then. Let's move on then.
When we bring it back to you, if we bring it back to you for user fees or for fees, we'll have a cost comparison that we can show you.
Copy that. And then with regards to inspectors, so I don't know if you guys, I think, Mr. Rogers, have you heard of the International Association of Certified Home Inspectors?
Yes, sir.
And have you actually done some digging into that as far as if this was to pass, that we would look into third party versus hiring city?
Staff hasn't conducted that level of due diligence. Obviously, at the onset of this discussion under first reading, we had provided an option of we could do it through third party, we could do it by the hiring of additional staff. I would say third party would probably have some of its own benefits, but what we had heard through coordination with a focus group with respect to this, identify certain concerns and issues with credibility and trust of third parties in being able to conduct those level of inspections. So the initial thought was for staff to take on that responsibility. Now, once again, we serve at the pleasure of the council. If the direction is to look at third party, if this was to move forward, we would go out and issue an RFP to determine, are there any career services out there that could actually conduct this level of support? We could possibly coordinate with the organization that you had mentioned to help solicit feedback that may be from themselves or for others to provide that service.
Okay, copy that. So just a few short questions here and there. So I guess, so let me ask this, and to the UNE crowd, are your landlords here today? If so, raise your hand. The ones that are opposed, the ones that are in favor for this ordinance, if you're part of that group, raise your hand if your landlords are here. To the landlords, I guess to the folks that oppose this, are your people here that are tenants of yours? Raise your hand. So let me, as I understand. So let me back up here. So as someone who actually has a property they rent out, I know how tough it is. I know how hard it is. And I think I heard one of the owners have said themselves that, they haven't raised the rent. I think they raised the rent in like 20 years by $50. And I'll tell you right now, for myself, I am definitely not about price gouging. I am definitely not about that. I've raised my rent once in the past 8 years, and that was by $100. And that was because that was what my landlord had advised me to do, because we want to make sure that we're somewhat equal. And I told them, I never want to be equal. I want to be below that, because I want to make sure that what I'm providing is a home for somebody who can live there. Now, I will say that I did have tenants who were prior military as well, who I thought that I could trust, that they caused over $10,000 in damages of my home. So can you imagine me going to court for over a year and a half, living in Virginia while still active duty in the Air Force, having to fly back and forth to Adams County Courthouse to go ahead and identify the problem, to go ahead and take them to court, to find where they live currently, and that is a mess in itself. And I took the time to make sure I did that, did my due diligence. At the end, I won. Did they pay me outright? No. Instead, I had to go ahead and take them to court again, who they said told the judge that I was wasting the judge's time because they had the money then. Well, if that's the case, they should have paid me back before spending the extra $500-600 on a round trip ticket. On the flip side of that too, I will say that I've also heard issues as well coming from retaliatory efforts, coming from tenants, coming from landlords. Now, the thing I have a problem with this ordinance is the fact that is primarily the fact that you cannot lump all landlords in that bucket to say they're all slumlords, they're all bad. Case in point, I've got two separate groups here that are saying, one that's saying that, hey, the tenants aren't here, while the other side is saying, no, these are not my tenants that live in my area. So how can we honestly move forward with this ordinance? So I look at this and I think to myself, are we overreaching? In my opinion, I think we are overreaching. Do I want to see safety occur? Do I want to make sure there's nothing that's going to retaliate against the tenants? You're damn right I do. Do I want to make sure that tenants are living in good conditions, that are living in a spot where they have heat, they have water, they have electricity, and all that? Hell yeah, I do. Do I believe that this group over here is probably part of that, who's doing their damnedest to make sure they take care of their tenants? Yes, I do. So at the end of the day, how can we go in and push an ordinance through like this that is, obviously, there's questions that still needs to be asked, questions that are raised that I'm looking at this and thinking, how can I approve this? How can I literally sit here on this dais with my integrity and look at this and say, is this considered feasible? Is this considered ethical for both sides? Honestly, I can't. In my eyes, I say that with this specific ordinance, that we need to go back to the drawing board and go back and talk to the residents and go back and talk to tenants. Landlords, tenants, come together. Let's create something better that will actually be a harmonious way of doing this. I do want to see safety. I do want to see that, that the folks that are living here that may be considered undocumented in some space that lives here, that they are not retaliated against. I feel sorry for those that actually get retaliated against, because honestly, you come here for the American dream, right? And what happens? You get pooped on. So with that said, I cannot support this as it is currently written today. I cannot support this ordinance. Thank you.
Councilmember Madera?
I think Councilmember Kim asked most of my questions. One that I just wanted to confirm was the licensing for the rental property. Say someone has an apartment building with 20 units. Each one of those units would need a license?
No, the license is per rental property, but the inspections are per unit. So for the license, for section 5-6006, when it says license inspections and it says no application for a new license shall be approved until all rental properties owned by the landlord have completed an inspection. That means that building, if there are 100 units, all those units must be inspected prior to the landlord getting a license for that entire building. And then following that initial inspection for the license, then it's every 3 years upon renewal, and then it's only whatever percentage you all decide, whether it be the 25 or 100. Does that make sense?
The fee for the inspection would be for each unit inspected?
That's still up to you all by resolution and staff to do the inspection by unit or by property. My understanding is that they were leaning towards inspection fees by unit, yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, I think I'm still with Councilmember Kim and saying that we need to workshop this a little bit more and make sure that we have all sides involved.
Councilmember Ford.
Don't have any questions. I'm prepared to make a motion.
Councilmember Noble has some questions.
Correct. Thank you. I want to refer to the public comment made tonight because it raised questions for me about what we can do. So in two cases, one family mentioned at least 3 floods. Another speaker talked about at least 2 floods. Maybe one other person did as well. What is their recourse? Do we offer anything to be of assistance when that occurs?
That's a good question, ma'am. We have our home repair program under the CDBG, depending upon if they are a qualifying resident from an income level and location, that we can provide assistance. For those that fall outside of that categorization, we have limited scope and ability to assist those residents. So it is a limited case by case in which we're able to assist through our CDBG program.
I had wished in a way that Adams County Health was staying so I could ask them as well, but what about the habitability law, the habitability state law? Who enforces that?
I actually have John Patrick Sampson from my office who drafted the ordinance with staff, who's available to respond specifically to that, and do the state statute available as well, but I think it's better for him to respond to the specifics.
John Patrick, you should be able to unmute yourself if you'd like to respond now.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay. So right now, the warranty of habitability per the state statute is it's enforced by the state. So we don't really have any role in the enforcement as things stand right now.
So who does a tenant complain to then?
Actually, I'm not sure which agency they would complain to. Off the top, I'd have to dig through on that.
I'm going to take a guess that it might be DOLA, but in addition, the statute has additional repercussions to the landlord and remedies for the tenants. For example, they can bring injunctive relief, which I realize is difficult for tenants because it's actually bringing a case in court. But for specific types of violations, the landlord's required, similar to what our ordinance states, the draft ordinance, to offer alternative housing, comparable alternative housing to the tenants. If there's retaliation, the damages can reach 3 times actual damages or 3 times 3 months' rent for tenants. So there are remedies in the statute itself.
And what about complaining to Adams County Health? Are there Adams County Health departments that a tenant would take their complaint to? Cockroaches, I guess, other issues?
We also have our own, the city has adopted its own building codes that
And City Manager Rogers is mentioning the property maintenance code as well, which some of those violations may fall under, in which case there are various recourses under those particular ordinances and codes to bring code inspection in and get notice of violations and the like.
I know that Denver has put in a registration and licensing program, and the latest results were that there were $300,000 in fines issued, not simply from not participating, but also actually giving people fines. On the other hand, Fort Collins is doing a registration program. I wasn't able to do a lot of research in terms of the various cities in Colorado, but what is the difference? Let's say we did registration, because I think an important question that has been raised, and I would actually like the answer to, which is how many rental units do we have in Commerce City, and what are they? It is a way for us to be able to tell what kind of affordable housing we're providing. Some of the landlords who spoke with me did not wish to tell me where their properties were located. And I think that does seem a reasonable question for the city to ask, so that we would at least have a record. And when we are talking about the availability of affordable housing and whether it is naturally occurring affordable housing, et cetera, that we would have a registration that shows all of the rental housing in Commerce City, whether it be an Airbnb or a multi-unit building.
Allow me to tackle your first question, ma'am, about Fort Collins, what they've adopted. How is that in comparison to Commerce City? We did do a little bit of digging to understand what their program is, and they adopted a program that required property owners to register their units, but submit on a complaint-based inspection program, as opposed to a proactive compulsory inspection requirement. Now, how they use registration is what I would say similar, is synonymous with what we're defining as licensing. What you have as far as our proposed program registration requirements were modeled after Fort Collins. However, as was a 60% estimated rate of reinspection, where we're talking either 25 or 100. But that was the information that we had received and looked into at Fort Collins.
Because I'm thinking about more of a phased-in program. If there's going to be one, at least we need a base. What is the base of the rental units that we have in Commerce City? And we could look at it from that point of view. I mean, frankly, one of the reasons that this came up is because it was actually Housing Authority and CHAFA that had problematic rental units. And we found ourselves unable to address those problems because it's apparently something that the city can't do. We can't affect Housing Authority projects. We can't affect CHAFA projects. Is there anything that we can do to ensure that those affordable housing projects are actually up to standard? What more could we do without this program?
I may have to rely on legal counsel to provide some support, but I think with the existing agreements that are in place that were between the Housing Authority and the developer entity at the time, the city has certain limitations or ability to affect without some inspection process that gains accessibility outside of what you would find as your property maintenance code violations. Things that are a potential harm to life safety, obviously under property maintenance, it gives us the ability to request and to have access to those units. when we're dealing with things that may be, on that line between cosmetic and or life-threatening and or habitability, which falls into some of these characteristics, that's where this program comes into place. I would say there's some lessons learned from some of those previous agreements that going forward with any future affordable housing development, we, as we've seen in the past, have seen projects come before the council requesting some form of an incentive. So by requesting a form of an incentive, and under, as I understand it, under Colorado revised statute, we have the ability to request additional terms and conditions to have access to ensure a level of habitability and livability is meeting the expectations that we would want to have within our community. Obviously, if any of one of those pre-existing agreements came forward for additional support funding requests from the city, we at that time may then be able to have an opportunity to speak with them. But I really look at this as a progressive means if we don't have a program of addressing that through incentive agreements, as opposed to being able to be reactive without that in place.
I appreciate that. And I would also like to point out to just remind all of us that one of the purposes that we were intending for our ARPA funds, the original $10 million, was homeless prevention. And so there's two ways to look at this. One of them is the couple who spoke earlier and had the 3 floods and have a baby and have lost, are now homeless. And then the possibility that some people might be actually kicked out of their units or lose their properties for any other reason, is that perhaps we as a city haven't been doing quite enough to help our tenants and to provide a resource for them to come to when they have a problem, a safe space that they could come to complain about their living situation and know that they would have some protection at the city level. That's really what's important to me, is that our residents who, as someone mentioned, may be of a different income or a different language or a different race, that they are also protected. I want to ensure that they're protected. And I think there's ways of approaching that. So I like the idea of registering all of the units that are in Commerce City. I like to be able to find some way for us to provide resources in terms of from our homeless prevention money from ARPA to be able to support the tenants who have found themselves in uninhabitable properties or with a landlord who is unable to help them or can't help them in some fashion. I mean, they may have financial problems themselves and are simply not doing the work because they can't afford it. So if there's some way to do all of that. So I guess that what I'm saying ultimately is that I agree with Councilmember Kim and Councilmember Madera. I think Councilmember Madera used the term workshopping, is that we look at that a little bit further so that we are looking at all of the options that we can employ as a municipality to help our residents.
Councilmember Douglas.
Thank you, Mayor Huseman. So the original intent of all of this was to protect tenants who find themselves in unlivable situations. And with all the work that's gone into this, I don't think this does that. I think everyone that was coming forward, either in opposition or the people who were in favor of this, were looking to be protected. The people who were in opposition feel like they're doing a good enough job, so they don't want to have oversight. I see this as a very complex document that does not resolve the problem. Now, on the council communication, if it was as simple as what this says, each rental unit would require a $150 licensing fee and an 87.11 inspection fee. This $237.11, that's pretty precise, over a 3-year period equates to $79.04 per year for a rental unit that passes its inspection for the first time, or $6.59 per month. So if that were the case, then the people coming forward saying that they would have to price their tenants out of their properties, that would not be an accurate statement, because for $6.59 per month, you could be a part of this registry. I am very concerned with the people who came forward. There was one that said that she was in a newer complex and is being evicted. I was contacted secondhand to let me know that there's an issue at the landing, that apparently a whole bunch of people got eviction notices. They ran their own inspection, went through the properties, and the one that I know of for sure is supposed to happen tomorrow is the 10th. I haven't had time to even get with those people to find out what is going on over there. So it sounds like people can just be thrown out with absolutely no reason. Other people who are trying to stay in their place, if they complain about something as drastic as flooding 3 times, which probably means there's black mold that would need to be addressed, who comes out and makes sure that the flooding is taken care of, and that remediation is done in the event there is after effects of something like that, and then assures that the rent isn't going to go up, because that property is probably owned by a corporate landlord, and they really don't care whether people are housed or not, which these people are not housed now. They were told to leave. They have a brand-new baby, no place to live. Do any of your landlords out there have a place for them to rent? Help these people out. I don't know what the answer to this is. I don't think this ordinance addresses the issue, and I don't think it solves the problem. Although I don't want the people who came here to seek some kind of resolution in having this ordinance passed feel like they are being dismissed. Because a no vote on this is a dismissal of those people who came up and said their living conditions were not even such that they can inhabit the place. Who wants to live with cockroaches and bed bugs? Or a furnace that doesn't work? I can't imagine. So what happens when somebody has a furnace that doesn't work and they're renting? Can they come to us and we'll help them get heat and then go back to the landlord and say, hey, You got to do something about this, and if you kick these people out, then you're going to be fined. I think we need to go back to the drawing board, and that is not to dismiss those people who came in here whose only alternative in putting roof over their head is to rent, which means that they're at the mercy of the landlord. It's a catcher's catch-can situation. And I think we need to go back to the drawing board, and I think in the meantime, that we need to have some kind of program that's available where people feel safe to come and say, I need help. I need to have a place that's habitable, and help me make my place that I'm in habitable, and then make sure that I don't get kicked out. I think we can do better than this, and I hope that we'll go back to the drawing board and do better.
Does anybody on council have any other questions for staff regarding this ordinance? Mr. Rogers?
Thank you, Mayor. Hopefully this is not speaking out of turn. After hearing various comments from this council, and I think all of these comments have a level of validity for some continued discussion and review. You all have put me in a role in order to ensure that operatively the city can function and being able to provide a level of service to our community. I will share with you that the situation or the matter that we are trying to address, whether we go forward with this orders or whether we go forward with doing nothing, the issues will still persist. With this ordinance, we will have the continuing debate between two sides of the coin. Without an ordinance, we'll still see the representative issues that we were trying to address when this was first motioned back in November of last year, when we had residents of Contour Estates, Village Crest, and others come before us, because they do have avenues to reach out to us existing with respect to a furnace, respect to a flooding. But we don't have accessibility, nor do we have the right to enter private property without the ability to having an owner willing to work with us. So in that, there is some solution that we have to find to support both sides of the conversation. So if you are willing to consider anything, going back to the drawing board, as it's been said, but really sitting down and having a conversation both with landlords, with developers, with tenants, to craft what could be a compromisable solution that all can live with is what would be appropriate. Once again, what was presented to you tonight was based off of what we believed at the time was the direction. And as these things happen with discussion, it grew and it grew and it grew. And there's still items that we're talking about today that have come from this most recent draft. So how do we come together with that kind of compromisable joint solution that people can buy into? And that's probably the process to get you there. But I'd be remiss if I didn't share with you all my professional opinion on the matter of what I've heard over the course of the night.
Thanks, sir. Does anybody on council have a motion to make? Councilmember Ford?
Thank you. I am reserving my discussion for the appropriate time for discussion, but I do want to make a motion. I think there's ways to get through this. I'm going to move for the denial of ordinance 2541. Council seated on second reading.
If Councilmember Ford, if you're looking to kind of kill the ordinance, the most appropriate thing would probably be a motion to postpone indefinitely or a motion to table.
Yeah, I know I could do a lot of those things, but it just seemed like we're having discussion in front of the opportunity for an ordinance. I will go ahead and postpone indefinitely ordinance
Okay.
2541, if that helps you. I'm looking for a second.
Councilmember Hurst.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second to postpone ordinance 2541 indefinitely. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Ford.
Thank you. You know, some of what I heard tonight was not just terrible, where you have renters having floods, landlords not doing anything about it. But I think what is more disheartening for me is to ask a question about what this is going to cost, and you have a room full of landlords, and a lot of those good landlords who are providing services for our residents, and not being able to give them an idea what the cost is. I heard $6, I heard $600, I heard $249. That's rough. You come in here, this is your business, this is your livelihood, and to not know, oh, we'll decide that at a later date. It's kind of, you know, let's pass it and see what's in it type of scenario, which I don't like at all. The other thing that was very disturbing is, who do I call if I'm a tenant and I have a problem? I don't know. Nobody here knew. That is really disheartening. I think that we should put something together where there's a complaint process. It should be complaint-driven because absentee landlords that aren't taking care of their tenants should be held accountable. But we have a lot of good landlords here. I talked to some landlords this last week that said they have tenants that are renting for $500 a month, $550 a month, and they had to give the lady $1,000 to pay her medical bill, or they would have had to kick her out for not being able to pay her rent. There's compassionate people in this community. And if there's a problem and someone comes in with a complaint, there is a process to be able to look into it. You have the new Fair Housing Act that was passed. People can follow through. We heard a lot about that tonight. We, as a community, as a city organization, need to be able to have a directory to be able to give information to tenants who feel that they are not being treated fairly, where to go to. We should not legislate everything for everybody, for every situation. There are organizations within the state of Colorado that handle those things. The county handles social services. We do not. Do I want somebody living with cockroaches or black mold? No, I don't. But I also know that this council said multiple times we need to make sure we have affordable housing. I also heard that there's no affordable housing left in this community. And it's not because of the landlords. The affordable housing situation has to do with supply and demand. There's not enough supply. There are a lot of people who want to rent these houses, more than there are spaces for them. And so if you're a landlord and you have that as your business, you can pick and choose. But I do think that tenants should be treated fairly. They should have a humane place to live, and the utilities and the stoves and all those things we heard about tonight should be working. But I don't think that it should be the city council to legislate their private business without knowing what a fee would be, without being able to tell them how it would be enacted. And I don't think it's fair to the tenants, because I know exactly what will happen. If this was to pass, rents would go up and you would force a lot of people out onto the streets. And we need to work together to provide good quality housing at the best affordable price we can. And I don't think we get here through ordinance 2441. That's my reasonings for voting to postpone this indefinitely.
Councilmember Hurst.
Yeah, I think there's been a lot of great discussions tonight, a lot of good points brought up. But I do want to, I've lived under a very similar program when I lived in California, and I'm going to tell you, it was terrible. We had a place that we didn't have complaints on, but the inspection process made us miss 8 to 9 days of work in 1 year because they found something that we never noticed, but now they got to come back, and then they had to come back again, and then it just turned into quite the ordeal, quite honestly. But this really feels similar to Denver, where a small number of properties are potentially impacting everybody. It feels like we come to jump to conclusions that haven't even tried yet. Because in my research over the last couple days, last couple of weeks. I really found a lot of different ways that we could be helping, or at least could be partnering. I know you guys hear me say this almost every week. We need to build partnerships. We need to build partnerships. And I say that because we're a growing community. We're trying to act like a pretty large metro city, but we're still just a couple years away from being a fairly small town. And there's a big transition period there. And I think we're not ready to take this on ourselves, even if it was something that we moved forward on. And I mentioned that last time. But it really also doesn't feel like the solution to the problem that we were presented. And I think Councilman Ford just hit on that really well, so I won't dwell too much. But it was frustrating to hear that most scenarios presented tonight, they're already illegal, but we don't have a good path to help in that sense. So I think DOLA is our first step. DOLA is a large organization that works for the state. You also have CHAFA involved in some of these discussions as well. Just with DOLA, we can partner with the 9 to 5, which is a Know Your Renters' Rights program, Centro San Juan Diego, which is a legal assistance program, Mikasa Resource Center, Colorado Poverty Law Project, Colorado Housing Connections, all of which have additional resources that can be partnered with to help in all of these scenarios that we're talking about. All has a crazy amount of funding that go to it, and I'm sure that there are weaknesses in those programs and they need to continue to get better, but they're far more established and far more well-funded than we will be. And so we need to find ways to partner with them, or we don't have more authority than them. We actually don't have authority here. And so DOLA is who we would have to go to get our authority to work in this field. So the other thing, like I said last time, I believe complaint-driven is the only way to go. And part of the cost that we were talking about is taxes are also going up next year. Not by our choice, but they are. And that's going to be impactful to everybody on both sides of this discussion. And so without any additional new regulation from us, it would be surprising if costs don't go up for rent. I know my taxes are projected to go up $2,400. So that's $200 a month on my mortgage for sure. So the other piece is, I heard a lot of people talking about protecting rents from going up. Rent control is illegal in Colorado. We can't protect that. We don't have authority in private contracts. And so I'm not sure that there is an option in any way for us to protect from that. The other thing that concerns me is that we got the inspection scores that you can find online, and they're all passing. Currently, I know why. I know that you can select your best 25 units or whatever the case is, but there is no path that shows us that we're actually going to set out and solve the problem that was presented to us. What I would say is, again, let's look to build partnerships. I think the Adams Tower that we purchased the 5th floor on, and we've had other discussions about what can go there, is a great opportunity for a resource center to partner with DOLA and some of the programs that they have to come in and educate folks that are in these situations on what their options are, who they can go to reach out, who has authority, and who can hold these landlords accountable when they are not following through with the law that's on the books. And that's the most frustrating thing for us, is a lot of times we meddle in areas that aren't really our business because the state agency isn't handling theirs. And that's really what we need to push on. We need to advocate, or as Councilwoman Noble has called it several times, bully pulpit. We need to use our bully pulpit to go out there and say, we need help. We need you to do your job in our community because we don't feel like it's being done appropriately. I'll be that person. I don't care. I'll go out there and go after that state agency and say that. And then I think one of the things that we all kind of figured out tonight is we need a better way to communicate to both sides. And we put out a lot of information as the city. Trust me, I follow it all, obviously. It's a lot, and it's easy to, slide left to delete that off your phone or however you're reading your email. So when we're just communicating like we try to, there's a plethora of things that we want to communicate to our community. How do we red flag or highlight or get your attention if you don't care about what happens every Monday, but you do care when it matters to you? And I think I have some ideas on how we can do that. Very common way of communicating, if you will. You talk about what you care to know about from the city. You select a couple of check boxes, and then when that's relevant, we push that message comes to you. We push it out to everybody that wants to hear something about that. But there's a lot of ways that I think we can continue to work on this solution. But again, I feel like this is like step one. We're identifying the issue, and we jump to step 100 immediately. Like there's got to be work in between on identifying what can be done, who has the authority, because I don't believe we do, and come back and give options on how we can build a program first to support the citizens of Commerce City. And if that fails, then maybe we go more dramatic and we take harsher steps. But quite honestly, through my conversations over the last couple of weeks when this first came out, I feel like there's the good far outweighs the bad. The bad is terrible, and that's what makes this hard. But the good, the people who are really happy with their landlords and their long-term relationships with their landlords far outweigh the terrible things that we've heard, not just tonight, but in previous meetings. We've heard some pretty terrible situations as well, that none of us would be happy about the living conditions, even if it was our neighbor. I mean, it is despicable to hear some of those things and the lack of response, but the law clearly states there's accountability there, there's penalties, and they can get pretty significant. But coming back to that is we also will have programs to help out of that as well. If a landlord needs to come in and do $10,000 of work to repair your property, your rent's gonna go up because that $10,000 has to be recovered. If people are working on 3% margins, which is, fairly good in a lot of businesses, but even 10% margins, they're not covering that overnight. And the final point I'd make is I've never seen a regulation cost what we say it will cost. Every time we say we put in a new regulation, that's $6 or whatever we said, that's the beginning of the cost. Every single company will then put in a regulatory manager to make sure, or a compliance manager we see it in healthcare. Most of your healthcare costs go to the $200,000 job that never sees a patient. Because the government puts in a regulation, and now they need a compliance officer to make sure that hospital is in compliance. And guess what? They just took a good nurse or a good doctor from seeing patients to make sure the whole hospital is compliant. And now your bag of saline costs $900 instead of $8. I mean, it is exactly the same thing. And so that $6 is the beginning. That's the first cost. But those compliance officers who are making six figures are the rest of the cost. And then all of the paperwork and the legal attorney, all those legal fees and your auditors, and those all come right after that. And that $6 quickly turns into a large monthly bill for each person renting in each unit. And so that waterfall effect is exactly why rents are so high, is all the regulation we've put in place has continued to build this waterfall effect of increased costs in Colorado. It is not new. This is just another go at creating another regulation that will increase costs. So I really want to help. I really do. I never, for the 4.5 years here, have ever advocated for costs to go higher. Sometimes I'm the short end of people liking me because I'll always call that out. I hear it. My family's a single income family as well, that some months are tight, and we understand this. We live in the first house we've ever bought, and so we're just making out of some of the challenges we've had in life. And so don't think I'm blind to this. I've lived through this, and I've seen the good and the bad, but I do think there's several steps that need to be taken before we come to this conclusion.
Councilmember Douglas.
Thank you, Mayor Huelsman. So I can't vote to deny this or put this off until an unknown period of time. We have to take care of the people who find themselves in emergency situations due to no fault of their own, and it is our business. You know what? It is our business because they're our constituents. They're our people, and we need to take care of them when we just can't give them a list of agencies to go to and expect them to work to keep an income coming in and then be on their own to find the resources. And it's difficult, I know, because I've helped people do it. And it is time consuming, and you get passed off continuously. Oh, I can't help you, so I'm gonna give you another phone number. And I've experienced it because I've helped people. I also have a rental property myself. And I know what it's like. I've had tenants who don't pay for 3 months and then have you sign something that you didn't realize that you were signing something to say that they could get a mortgage. So they were taking the money that they were going to pay my family to pay our mortgage on the house and putting it aside so that they could have a down payment for their house. So I've been screwed. You know, so I understand both sides of the story. But in the meantime, we have a young couple back here who are trying their hardest to make life bearable with a brand new baby. And no one's, it's like, oh, not my problem. It is our problem. And we've got to recognize that. You know what? You can't always take your cost of doing a business and adding it onto and passing it on to the consumer. That's the cost of doing business. You're in business. There are costs to that. You can't always pass that on. That's externalizing your costs. So I'm not going to push this down the road. And I am going to be right there with that bully pulpit, whatever we have to do, but something's got to give, because we can't have young kids out there starting a family who can't sleep at night because they don't have a roof over their head. It's not right. Not in this nation. Shouldn't be happening.
Councilmember Madera.
Yeah, I actually support this ordinance and, you know, having a program like this to hold people accountable. But at the same time, you know, everyone that we heard come in here with their situation, it was a very tailored situation that I think we need to get back to workshopping this ordinance to really go after that segment and make sure that these people are being taken care of. Because I think what ended up happening is we just, you know, overextended ourselves, and now basically we're at square one, right? Because, you know, we started looping in everyone and single family and all the landlords that are doing things right, and next thing you know, we got nothing. So I think we need to go back, work this out, make sure that we actually include the landlords in drafting this and working with the tenants. And, you know, I think before we had a little bit better ordinance where we were tailored towards, you know, multifamily with several units and, you know, going after companies that do this on a large scale, and that, quite frankly, were the problem, were the reason that this came up in the first place. And so I'd like to see us to get back to that, really try to tailor this so we're not punishing everyone and driving up the cost for everyone for a few bad actors. And, you know, I think also we should look at having external inspectors. I think that's going to be a tall ask to have that internal. If we only have 2 inspectors and, you know, 5,000 units that they have to inspect every year, you know, one is how good are those inspections going to be? And 2, you know, if they are good, how long is it going to take, right? Because from what I found, you can have fast and cheap, fast and good, but you can't have all 3, you know? So something has to give in the end. And so, I just think there's a lot of things, as this is written right now, that are really cause for concern that we need to work out. And, passing this wouldn't be prudent because, we'd see those problems come. I mean, everyone's already been talking about it, costs going up, timelines, having to house people. And, I think a lot of us have had problems in our own homes where, getting it fixed by yourself, in 7 days is hard enough. Most of the time it doesn't happen, especially if you need multiple people to come in and fix that. If you need a plumber and then someone to fix the wall, so there's a lot more that goes into this that we're oversimplifying, I think. And so I'd just like to, get back, workshop this between both the tenants and the landlords and make sure that we get something that's going to take care of people, but at the same time not overextend and really make other people pay for the bad actors.
Councilmember Noble.
Thank you, Mayor. I will be voting to postpone indefinitely simply because we need to figure out some of these issues, but I'll only be doing so with the understanding that we're going to figure out a way to help people with problems in the interim and have a solution for that. If we don't during administrative council business tonight, I'll do it next week, that we use some of our ARPA funds to help to have someone in place who will be helping tenants in particular get to the right agencies or right people in order to solve their problems in their units.
Any other comments, discussion on this? I've heard a lot of good discussion this evening. I'm reminded by the Latin phrase of primum nonne nocere. And that is part of the Hippocratic Oath that is actually taken by doctors. It actually says, first, do no harm. And I truly wish that every government that was out there adopted that philosophy of first, do no harm in everything that they're doing. And I think it's obvious that this ordinance, though well-intentioned, is going to do harm and create issues that we probably haven't even really fully understood what those issues will be. And we can sit here and use conjecture to try to figure out that, but it's just not possible to use a crystal ball to truly understand the ramifications of a widespread ordinance like this that creates a registration inspection program. I heard a lot of complaints about rents going up, and I sympathize with that because everybody, whether you are a renter or a homeowner or somebody who is a landlord, or you are anywhere caught in the crisis that we have of housing in this country, you are going to experience an increase in your housing costs. You've seen it in your energy bills, you've seen it in your utilities, you're going to see it in your mortgage payments, and you're going to see it in your rent payments next year. And there is nothing that we can do to stop that. But what I really want to point out is this ordinance had nothing to do with rent control. It had nothing to do with controlling whether or not rent prices go up. I heard an interesting comment about you can't pass on your cost to the customer. I wish that were truly the case. If that were the case, then eggs would not have increased in price at your local King Soopers. And when there's a shortage on toilet paper, you wouldn't have seen the increase in price on toilet paper that takes place at your local grocery store. The reality of it is the consumer always pays. Every regulatory thing that comes down the system, the consumer pays. And you see it everywhere. Look at every single thing that you buy that has a warning label on it. And somebody had to sew that warning label on it, and it had to have been approved by lawyers and had to have been approved sometimes by government agencies just to get a warning label to go on a product that you're going to purchase. And those are the unintended consequences that you have. And every single time that you see that happen, those costs are passed down to the very same people that we think we're trying to help. And that's just the sad reality that, there is nothing that we do that doesn't have unintended consequences. There's no such thing as a free lunch. And so I don't believe that, before I get into my support or not support of this ordinance, I do want to mention another comment. We do very well of advertising across multiple channels what it is that this body is going to vote on, what it is this body is going to consider, what it is that this body is being presented on. You can go to the city website and you can sign up for those alerts, just like Councilmember Hurst was talking about, and it'll tell you every single agenda we are going to have on a meeting. You can see every single time that we are going to, you can sign up for road work in the city. You can sign up for parks and recreation events. You can sign up for alerts from the police department. You can sign up for alerts on community development now. Those tools are out there. And to come in here and insinuate that this was trying to be passed in the middle of the night, really, even though it is the middle of the night, really is unfair, considering everything that we are trying to do to make sure that people are informed of what is going on. There's council recap, a video that is put out that talks about what it is that we are doing. This particular ordinance was discussed. It was voted on first reading. That was, our agendas are posted every single week by Wednesday evening that lets you know what it is that we are going to take action on. So to come in here and say that we are trying to slide this through without anybody knowing really is a disservice to the work that everybody is doing to try to keep this community informed. I fully support postponing this indefinitely. It's just not the right answer. And for everything that we think that we are going to fix by having this problem, we're just going to create more problems. And the hard truth is, the majority of the people that I have heard who are renters in this city who have issues with their landlords or have issues with their living accommodations are living in projects that are being operated by the Commerce City Housing Authority and CHAFA. And so you're looking for the municipal government to fix something that has already been broken by government at so many levels. And it just doesn't work. So fully agree. Let's postpone this indefinitely. Let's move on from this conversation and continue to get back to work that actually needs to be done to continue to move the city forward. Given it's a postponement, I don't think that's a roll call vote, right?
No, it is, there's a motion on the floor.
I know, but since it's
Oh, yeah, you don't need a
to
roll call.
postpone indefinitely, it does not need to be a roll call vote. So I have a motion and a second to postpone ordinance 2541 indefinitely. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion is going to carry 6-1, 2 excused absences. Thank you all for being here this evening. Appreciate you sticking it out with us as long as you did. Enjoy your rest of your evening, and thank you for your participation. We're going to move on to administrative business. There's a recommendation for Joy Bishop for a mayoral appointment to Commerce City's
Mayor
Urban
Huesman?
Health Authority. Looking for a motion.
Mayor
What?
Huesman?
Yeah?
There was a motion made at the beginning of the meeting to move the zero-scaping presentation after ordinances on second reading.
Oh, man. Okay. Councilmember Dara.
Can I make the motion to continue that to December? I think we're getting into fall and winter, and people aren't going to be doing much xeriscaping this time of year.
Yeah, I think December may be a little bit difficult, given the fact you got your organizational meeting, you're gonna have some city attorney stuff, you're gonna have
January?
holidays and stuff. Are you thinking maybe January or February is a
Yeah, I
good
think as
time?
long as we get it before spring.
Before spring?
We can definitely accommodate
I have
that.
a motion to continue the presentation on xeriscaping to after the holidays, before spring. Is there a second? Councilmember Noble?
I have my hand up to have a comment.
Okay. Councilmember Kim?
Second.
I have a motion and a second to continue the xeriscaping discussion till after the holidays. However, prior to spring, is there any discussion? Councilmember Noble?
Yes, my comment is that the current 90-day period for the xeriscaping that we had voted on expires in 2 weeks. And that was one of the reasons that it was coming forward tonight. I see Ms. Geiger moving. She wants to say something.
Yes, a couple of comments. The first being, council cannot actually move to essentially change the code. So whatever zero-escaping regulations are in the code currently would have to remain in place because the only way to change those would be by ordinance. So the motion to institute the kind of, for lack of a better word, moratorium only had limited applicability regardless. So we couldn't, council could not, is not essentially authorized to extend that period, really. But if you could come up with another motion, perhaps with City Manager Rogers' assistance, that could implement something that is not actually contradicting the code, that would be the best route.
Okay, have a motion and a second to continue the zero escaping discussion till after the holidays before spring. All those in favor? Opposed?
No.
Motion's going to carry 6-1, 2 excused absences. All right, let's move on to administrative council business. I have a recommendation. I'm looking for a motion second to recommend Joy Bishop to the mayor for appointment on the Commerce City Urban Renewal Authority. Councilmember Dara.
So moved.
Councilmember Kim. Second. Have a motion and a second to recommend my appointment of Joy Bishop to the Commerce City Urban Renewal Authority. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, do a voice vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion is going to carry 6-7 to 0 with 2 excused absences. Great, next up is appointment to the Commerce City URA. I've given a lot of thought to this. This is a 5-year appointment to the Commerce City URA. I have less than 2 months left in office. I do not feel that it is appropriate for me to make this appointment and feel that it should be the new mayor that is elected to the city of Commerce City to make this appointment because it will be for the majority of their term. Making this appointment and having it basically saddling the new mayor with whatever appointment is there is not fair to that mayor, so therefore I'm not making any appointments to the Commerce City Urban Renewal Authority, and in December, whoever the new mayor is can do so. Next up, we have an appointments to the Council Retreat Committee. Newly revised Council Policy Number 2 states that 3 members of the council are to be appointed to each council committee. Looking for council volunteers to serve on the retreat committees. Councilmember Hurst.
I'll volunteer.
All right, that's 1. Councilmember Douglas, great. Looking for either Councilmember Ford or Councilmember Dara, given as you two are the only 2 guaranteed to be sitting here for the next retreat. And Councilmember Ford, thank you. I have looking for a motion and a second to appoint Councilmembers Hurst, Douglas, and Ford to the retreat committee. Councilmember Dara.
So moved.
Councilmember Noble.
Second.
Have a motion and a second to appoint Councilmembers Hurst, Douglas, and Ford to the retreat committee. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Noble. All right. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Next up, newly revised Council Policy Number 2 states that 3 members of the council are to be appointed to each council committee, so I am looking for 3 volunteers to serve on the Council Orientation Committee. Councilmember Dara?
I'll volunteer.
Great. Councilmember Noble?
I volunteer too.
Councilmember Douglas?
I'll volunteer as well.
Any others? Councilmember Hurst?
Yeah, I would be happy to serve on this one as well.
All right. Looking for a motion and second to appoint council members Madera, Douglas, Noble, and Hurst to the Council Orientation Committee. Councilmember Douglas?
Technically, there are only 3 to be appointed, although anyone can participate. So you could, yeah, we just changed the council policy to have up to 3 for those committees.
All right, I need one of the 4 volunteers to pull back their name. Councilmember Hurst?
I want to challenge that. We had boards and commission for 3 people appointed and 4 or 5 voting members for over a year.
I can pull up the policy
I
and
know, but I'm saying we don't follow policy anyways. I mean, it's true.
How about a motion to continue this to the October 16th council meeting? Councilmember Noble?
Okay, first of all, I was on the Boards and Commissions Committee, and I wasn't an official member. There were 3 members to the Boards and Commission group, and there were 4 actually on that one, and it was written on the reorganization spreadsheet. So it exists if it's written on the reorganization spreadsheet. This is something that we already approved, Councilmember Hurst. We did it at a meeting, so you have approved it.
Councilmember Madera?
Was that approved on second reading or just first?
it's a resolution.
Oh, okay.
What, there's no second reading. So there's 3 members who sit on the committee, but anybody can participate and vote. You might want to just move to do one person at a time if it's an issue.
Councilmember Hurst?
I don't see how it doesn't have any value to have more people on than less. I mean, that's why we were completely okay with having a 4th person on boards and commission, because not everybody can make every meeting, and having 3 people there for a quorum makes a lot of sense.
The way I understand it is there are 3 people who are actually appointed to the committee. However, under council policy, any council member can show up to any committee that they want to, be a participant, and vote at said committee.
That's correct, and that
So I'm
actually.
looking for the 3 official that are going to be on the spreadsheet saying that they are appointed, and whoever else wishes to show up that is not one of those 3, you have the option to show up and participate to your heart's desire. Councilmember Douglas?
Yes, I will be so happy to remove myself from
Thank you
that
very
list,
much.
and I'll show up anyway.
Thank you. Now I'm looking
Thank
for a
you.
motion, a second, to appoint Councilmembers Madera, Noble, and Hurst to the Council Orientation Committee. Councilmember Douglas?
So moved, is that correct?
Councilmember Ford?
What?
Have a motion, second, appointing Councilmembers Madera, Noble, and Hurst to the Council Orientation Committee. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Now I'm looking for a motion, a second, to sponsor the Boots and Business event at the National Western Stock Show. Councilmember Ford? Councilmember Hurst?
Second.
Have a motion, second, to sponsor the Boots and Business event, at National Western Stock Show. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. We're going to move on to reports quickly, and we're going to do so in a manner that does not.
Mr. Mayor, I have an administrative business.
Okay. Any council members have administrative business items of an emergency or unforeseen circumstance? Councilmember Noble?
Yes, I wanted to understand the policy that turns off the sign-in when there is a line of people waiting to sign into our speaker system. Is that in council policy? Is that written? Where is that written?
That's in Council Policy 20 and I believe 16 as well.
And where is there a clock? There's a clock. It says you have to sign in by 6:05, even if there's a line?
We have our sign-in, which keeps track of who will be speaking on the public comment in the back of the room. As I understand it, I'm looking over to our city clerk's office, it actually times out at 6:05, excuse me. And it's then locks individuals out from being able to continue to sign up.
Yes, but if they're in line, which they were, then that's unfair. They need to be informed that they should arrive at 6:45 so they can, in case there's a line. But I saw the line of people in the back and they were cut off from speaking. I appreciate that the mayor gave them the opportunity to speak, but we really need to figure out a way to fix that. If that's written in council policy, then that's definitely council policy that needs to be fixed.
So there is the provision, if it's impractical to sign up on time, given the line, something to that effect, that's how the mayor or the chair, if not the mayor, is able to exempt those individuals from that signing policy. So that's what occurred today.
Okay, but I do think it should be expanded so that it doesn't rely upon a mayor making the decision, that if there is a line, that people are able to continue signing in until the line is finished. So I will hope that we will do that to change council policy. And the other question I have that would be under administrative council business, I had asked about the spreadsheet of development projects, which we used to receive for all the wards. It's called the ward report. My reply from the city manager was that it's included in the city manager's report. And when I looked at the city manager's report, it had 4 sample projects. That doesn't even begin to encompass what goes on in Ward 4, let alone in the rest of the areas. So when I have constituents ask what's going where and what's happening on this corner and so forth, I want to be able to answer that question. And by making that spreadsheet unavailable to us now is not helpful to city council members.
If I may, and I think it may be worth an exercise if Tricia will join me, or actually Annette, if you'll join me at the computer up front. We actually hyperlink the ward report for that previous month on the page, where at the top of, for instance, the most recent page, or the most recent report, page 6, you'll find at the top a hyperlink that says, I'm going to give the exact verbiage, excuse me. Here we go. At the top of page 6, under growth and development, you'll find ward report dash August period 2023. That is a hyperlink to that spreadsheet. We anticipate on a regular basis, for instance, September will be available at the end of this week, which will run until the following, or the previous month, which will be October, and so forth. So we will always be hyperlinking that ward report to our weekend review report. And if we like, we can pull that up to not just show you, but also the community.
I believe you. The hyperlinks don't work well on cell phones. So I wasn't able to open the hyperlink. But here it is now. Okay, I take back my crankiness and apologize.
Any other administrative council business? Seeing none, we're going to move on to reports. We have 14 minutes to go, 13 minutes to go without needing to extend this meeting a minute longer than it should. Mr. Rogers?
Yes, sir. So Suncor, just for information for the community, will be conducting a hydrocarbon firefighting training with their fire department Thursday, October 12th, weather permitting. That fire training will begin around 8 a.m. until 2 p.m. Training will be held on the western edge of the Commerce City refinery property towards the Burlington Canal. During the training, there will likely be some flames and light smoke visible. This is just for information for the community to be aware of what was shared with the city. As council is aware, but wanting to make the community aware as well, with Denver is experiencing a third wave of migrants from Texas that has now crossed into Adams County. Adams County is engaging the city and county of Denver on the matter to identify ways of remedying the issue and to mitigate the spread into our and other jurisdictions. Our community well-being staff has seen pockets along Vasquez and was working to engage along our city boundaries. Staff has also begun engaging with nonprofit groups in Denver who assist with migrants to help with redirection to getting them to the places where they are trying to go. Similarly, at this time, I am in the process of scheduling a meeting with the Deputy Chief of Staff and the Director of Regional Affairs at the City and County of Denver to discuss homelessness and the migrant influx and potential impact and hopeful partnership on addressing the matter going forward. Coming out of community development, the city as of today has spent around $461,568. I know that's not roughly or approximate, but that's an exact number, across 103 families. We continue to make contact with our unhoused residents as of this point this year, 860 to date. We have also issued 595 certificate occupancies for residential. Shout out to code enforcement that engaged over 680 residents during the Good Neighbor Day event on September 28th. For economic development, staff started planning a groundbreaking ceremony for a hotel at 96th and Tower, a Holiday Inn Express. The team is working on confirming logistics, guest lists, and other aspects of the event, but right now we have it tentatively scheduled for November 9th. Staff also participated in the Metro Denver EDC site selection event this week. Shout out to Wendy Knapsinger of our staff, who was a part of the actual site selector committee that put together the site visit, the site tours, the breakfast, and the feedback, and being able to make contact with 3 potential site selectors of interest in our area. For Public Works, we have the Long Lane and Pavement Marking Program. Bids are due this Thursday. Work is planned to be completed this fall or early winter. Roadway Crack Repair Program, bids were due last week, and work is planned to be completed this fall once having gone through the received proposals. Once again, that is for the Roadway Crack Repair Program. And lastly, Safe Street for All Safety Action Plan. Bid proposals are due October 19th, with selection occurring in November, and with hope work beginning on the plan in December. PRG is continuing to engage residents with the PRG Master Plan and will be doing so through the end of this year. They will continue to use the diverse options for engagement from surveys and community engagement websites. We had our 3rd annual Fall Fest that took place at Eagle Point Recreation Center and Veterans Memorial Park. From 10 to 5, we had over 1,300 attendees, which is a huge success for our fall festival. Before moving beyond that, I do want to share some news about a staff member that you all over time may have had interactions with, but Janet Kesey, who worked at the front desk of Eagle Point for the better part of 18 years, passed away on September 20th. She was an integral part of our city at Eagle Point. She will be missed. Her family held a private and intimate burial in honor of her memory and in accordance with her wishes, but I'd be remiss in not sharing that she left an indelible mark, not just on myself, but others who visited Eagle Point, because I don't know who else you could see at that front counter that could make you smile just with being able to engage you. So Janet, and to her family, we send you prayers, we send you thoughts, and so forth. And once again, with community relations, this Sunday we have our first triathlon. So good luck to those who are participating this Sunday. I live vicariously through you. And then on Friday, we will have our family fright night on the fields, which will be the movie of Hocus Pocus that will begin at 6:30, but there will be events for kids and families hour preceding that, and that will be held on the fields outside of the stadium this side of Prairie Parkway. And with that, that concludes my report.
Thanks, sir. Does anybody on council have any questions for Mr. Rogers? Councilmember Kim?
I'll make it quick. So just talking to Mr. Duda earlier today, he told me we had about just slightly shy under 100 people that are actually that are registered for that triathlon, which is awesome. Huge turnout compared to previous. So the other question I had for you was regarding Commissioner Amador and his comment. Can you please clarify exactly what he was referring to, if you have time?
Yes, I will try to make this brief. So Tuesday of last week, the Planning Commission held a public hearing in regards to the comp plan. There was a discussion at the Planning Commission in regards to lack of training or understanding the Planning Commission's role with respect to the comp plan, to the charter, and with respect to the process that should be undertaken before making a recommendation to the City Council. So they had made a motion to table the comp plan subject to receiving additional training but requiring or relying on the I'll call it promulgation of a training program from a committee that would be representatives of the Planning Commission and City Council. We as staff are still trying to work through that that motion to ensure that it meets our process in which things have to be brought forward to City Council with respect to the formation of committees, with respect to the purpose and the intent, and making sure that we have clear direction on truly what they are trying to accomplish. So it is our duty, and I would say for additional context, that certain roles and responsibilities that I have to be able to bring that forward to you all for discussion for myself and my staff, then to be able to work in tandem with the Planning Commission to deliver what they need.
Councilmember Noble.
Thank you. I wanted to follow up on Mr. Amador's comments also. Was the Planning Commission also given $10,000 as each board, commission, and committee was given by the City Council?
No, ma'am. Quasi-judicial, or I would say bodies that handle quasi-judicial or legislative matters such as your Board of Zoning Appeals, your Board of Appeals and your Planning Commission did not receive that $10,000.
Okay. I think this needs to come back to us next Monday. It was a unanimous vote of the Planning Commission. They are appointees of the City Council. There is clearly an issue occurring with the draft comp plan and how the Planning Commission views it. And I don't see how we as a City Council can move forward on approving the draft comp plan without having this resolved with the Planning Commission. If that is their expectation, then we need to do that. If we have to do it next Monday, then we do so.
Yes, ma'am. Just to provide some additional support to what you just said, we are not bringing forward the comp plan. Since we do not have a recommendation, we cannot move that forward from the comp plan as our understanding of charter and state statute. To be frank, I have additional questions based on the motion and the intent from the Planning Commission that we as staff need to get some additional clarity to bring forward to you all as a body of council so that we can make sure that we are delivering on the intended outcomes from that motion.
How do you do that when they meet once a month? How do you plan to do that?
So the intent, and once again, Sarah can kick me underneath the table, but what we would do is engage the Planning Commission to seek further additional clarity as to the outcomes, to the length of time in which they would like this training program. We would provide them based on who they recommended us going to, whether or not those bodies can actually provide that resource, and who we found that could provide those resources back for them, in which they then would prepare a document to the City Council soliciting certain direction to my office to help to my office to be able to request a budget appropriation and for you all to look at forming a committee with the representation as requested.
Is Housel Levine still doing the rest of the master plans?
The intent would be for Housel Levine to continue its services for the master plan.
For, I think it was economic development and transportation and
Just the comp plan, ma'am.
just the comp plan?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Because he said at our meeting that they got $750,000 in order to do several plans. Are we getting a refund?
So they never received $775,000. They were appropriated, and their contract allowed for them to take on that responsibility. So they only have $250,000 that has been expended. The other funds have been As you're saying with the Parks and Rec Master Golf Plan, that was a part of the initial contract. That has been split out. The economic development strategy has been split out. So has the Master Transportation Plan has been split out.
Thank you.
Councilmember Hurst.
Yeah, I just had a quick reminder that I think it's important for our community that tomorrow we have the I-270 open house at Eagle Point Rec Center between 5 and 8. If you said that, I apologize, but I do think that the 270 project is
All right,
building
I gotta
steam.
cut you off right there. Do I have a motion and a second to extend the automatic adjournment time of this council meeting?
Oh, now it's done, sorry.
Councilmember Noble?
I move to extend the meeting by 15 minutes.
I have a motion to extend the meeting by 15 minutes. Is there a second? Councilmember Hurst?
Second.
I have a motion second to extend the automatic adjournment time of this council meeting by 15 minutes. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, do a voice vote. All those in favor? Opposed? The motion is going to carry 5-2. Okay, Councilmember Hurst, you can continue your comments.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that the I-270 project is gaining momentum towards, final design and really needs input from our community. It's gonna be impactful for quite some time. And so, please show up. It's 5 to 8, so you can show up anytime in that window and get some good information. Give some good feedback.
Does anybody else have any questions for Mr. Rogers concerning his report? Councilmember Noble?
Mr. Rogers, that reminds me then, who is our point person with CDOT on the 270 project?
Our point of contact, you mean from the city perspective? That would be Mr. Jeff Maxwell, who collaborates with Mr. Sean Poe.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome, ma'am.
Any other questions for Mr. Rogers? Seeing none, we'll move on to our interim city attorney, Ms. Geiger.
I don't have anything for you all this evening. Thank you.
Does anybody on council have any questions for our interim city attorney? Seeing none, we will move on to council members wishing to make a report. Please keep in mind, per council policy number 16, please keep your comments limited to 5 minutes or less. Councilmember Noble?
Okay, I have to go back a step. City Attorney Geiger, is it possible for us to get a written update on legal cases that the city is dealing with?
Yeah, I send quarterly updates on all litigation.
Okay, and when was the
So-
last one that we received?
I think the last one was July.
No, actually, we received one last week.
Oh, yeah, that was just, if there's something specific to one case and I want to send you an update, I'll do that. But I can work on another quarterly report for you all.
Okay, for October then.
And you can contact me individually if there's something, a specific case, and I can send it out to all council.
Okay, great, thank you.
Yep.
We had boards and commissions meeting on Saturday. It was wonderful, but can I make a point about 4 people versus 3 people? If you only have 2 people at a meeting, then you have a quorum. If you have 4 people on the committee, you need 3 people to make a quorum. So there was only Councilmember Douglas and myself to interview 15, 20 people. We had quite a system, though. It worked well. So I appreciate everybody who applied. What wonderful residents we have. Thank you.
Any other council members wishing to make a report? All right, looking for a motion second to adjourn. Councilmember Kim?
So moved.
Councilmember Hurst?
Second.
Have a motion second to adjourn. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, do a voice vote. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries 6-1. We are adjourned.